Alright, got the under 8s. Both teams all together, which is good. The wind is really bad, so I'm going to mute it. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Alright, so number one thing is cool. We played it from the back. We went from the fullback to the midfielder. In the middle, what's going to happen? Defenders will come to the person in the middle. If there's a player with the ball in the middle, that's where the defenders go. And so if we have the ball in the middle, can we look to play out wide? Here, we do that very perfectly. Exactly what we want to see. From here, what I'd like to see is trying to run onto that ball and take it into the middle and put a cross in. Whether he meant to shoot or meant to cross doesn't matter, because at least it was to the back post. So if the player kicked it a little bit wrong, it's a goal. Or if he kicked it a little bit wrong the other way, it would have gone to James here. So the good thing is that we kicked the back post. So very happy with that. No complaints. Conversely, on the other end, we got unos, dos, and tres all going to the ball. Is that smart? No. So, Jai, Aiden, what are we doing? Do we just chase whatever we see, like headless chickens? Or do we use our brain and go, cool, whose job is to press? It's the striker's job to press the defenders. What's your job, Aiden? Where are you running to? So, the goal somewhat came from Hugo, the middle player. Whose job is that, Aiden? Your job, midfielder, is to be marking this midfielder. And also Jai. Who scored the goal, Mr. Jai? Your player did. And we see yourself walking, and it's actually your player that you're meant to be marking. And your player scored. So I've got to take some accountability and go, cool, if my player scored the one I'm meant to be marking, something's not right here. So, Jai, you're meant to be a million miles in this winger. My man, find your winger. And then Nathaniel presses, Aiden mark the midfield. How many times do I got to say it? Defender, mark the striker. Striker, mark the defenders. Midfield, mark the midfield. Wingers, mark the wingers. And if you don't, this is what happens. A good team will play straight through. Everyone's free. Hugo plays up. Cool. Goes to Jai's player. Jai's player scores. The only thing I would say, Mr. Dimmy, you're my striker. I don't want you cuddling the midfielder. Can you get higher? But well done for running forward, Dimmy. So something we don't do enough, James, is, do I want you standing in the middle of nowhere? Or, James, where's your black line? I'm always screaming at you on the sideline. And also, can we try to control that ball straight away, James? Hugo. Do you need to dribble a billion times? Or, you got space. What do we do, Mr. Hugo, in the middle? Look how many defenders there are in the middle of the pitch. Look how many there are in the wide areas. Zilch. 0. Nothing, Hugo. I reckon you can do better and pass that ball. James, once again, will get wider before I go crazy. So, James, you see how you're running into the middle of the pitch? I want to go crazy. Alright? You're running to where Dimmy's meant to be. And Dimmy's doing a great job there. Your job, Mr. James, is to stay wide if you're a winger. Because this pass here to you, James, does nothing. Because by the time you control that, you've already lost it. But if you come out here, this pass can go to you, and you're really far away from this defender. Too much dribble, Mr. Hugo. That's a smarter choice, Hugo. Well done. Well done, Nemanja, for trying to find the pass. You can pick that up, Mr. Anders. I'm only picking on you because you're close to the camera. This pass might get cut off by a defender. This pass won't get cut off by a defender. Do we ever stand still? Also, Hugo, do you think you can get that pass? I don't think so, Hugo. Or what you could do, Hugo, is move into a passing line and call for that ball. James, move. We never stand still and wait for the ball or watch the ball. We move and we ask for the pass. Hugo, we move and we ask for the pass. We never stand still and watch a teammate with the ball. It doesn't help at all, and it annoys me thoroughly. And so Hugo, could we demand the ball and move at speed? Could you open up? And this pass does go through, but a stronger team, a stronger player should pick that pass up quite easily. Because Nero, a defender, won't just stop and watch. He's going to tackle that pass. And a good player is also going to close down the pass or close down the ball while blocking that pass. It's up to us to stretch the pitch. Okay? So Nero, as you're defending and trying to steal the ball, can you check your shoulder and press and steal the ball in a way you're blocking the pass rather than allowing the pass? So you should be checking your shoulder and going, cool, let me close it down this way. And so I'm pressing the ball while blocking the pass rather than going from this way and allowing the pass. Also, Nero, it's not even your job to press. Nathaniel, you have to chase. Aiden, who are you marking? Looking at the ground, the grass. The grass ain't doing anything. Mark up. So you must understand your jobs. Nero, winger, mark the winger. Nathaniel, Mr. Striker, press the defenders. Aiden, Mr. Grass Watcher, mark the midfielder. It's too easy. Way too easy. So we did one touch passing on Tuesday, just yesterday, with training, and this week, where we only allowed you to have one touch for this reason. Because all we do is dribble, 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 which is okay at times, but what would be even cooler is Hugo, you demand the ball, and then cool, maybe we can switch out to the other side. And maybe we can switch out to the other side, to the other winger. It's just an idea. This goes for all the age groups. We're too quiet. We're too passive. We're not moving into space, into a passing line and demanding the ball. We're watchers and we're walkers and watchers. We're quiet walkers and watchers, even worse. So see how you have to chase after it, James? Where I want you, James, is here. So rather than running backwards and away from the goal and chasing the ball, you're running onto the ball towards the goal. But now you're running after the ball. Because even if you get it to your feet here, James, the defender's there. Can we get on the black line, receive the pass, and you're going to be able to take your first touch forward, put a cross in the score. Wingers, When we have the ball, black line. Nemanja. Out wide. Because that's where I want my striker to be, Nemanja. We have to do different options. Not all do the same thing. It's not winger try to be the striker, winger try to be the striker, striker try to be the striker. No. Let the striker be the striker. Let the striker make this run. Nemanja, winger, can you make this run for this pass? James, can you get out here for this pass? Otherwise, you're always going to be chasing after the ball. Set yourselves up and you'll get more goals. Then we're going to have to. Because when you verse a team like PTA, who are very big and strong, you have to play better football than them. You're not going to beat them one-on-one. You're not going to beat them individually. When they're 3 times the size of me and you. We have to play better football. So far, not happy. Well done in terms of Nemanja's positioning here. What you can do is also scream for the ball here, Nemanja. Because a lot of times this will be the better option for Nemanja to come score. But if you have the shot, absolutely take the shot. Well done, here you go. If someone shoots, do we just watch the shot? No. It might come off the goalkeeper, might come off the post. If the teammate shoots, you must run in and follow up that shot. Especially to the back post. Because a goalkeeper or to a post. The goalkeeper will push it away. Have to follow up and run after a shot. It's not good enough to walk and watch when you play football. That's what you do when the television is on. We're here to play sport. We can do better than this. Another thing that we can do from kickoff, can we pass forward straight away? Look at the space in here. Look at the space. There, not so much, but here. So can our teams play to our wingers straight away? So rather than going backwards and then we're under pressure, can our wingers be ready to run straight down the line for a pass straight through? Could be a really, really good option. So that's what I want to start to do. Can we play forward straight away? Or, if necessary, play back to the midfielder, who can then straight away play forward to the wingers, into the space. So, if you're a winger, Nero, should you be next to the striker over here? Josh, should you be here or back over here? Because if the ball gets past there, you have to chase backwards. But if you're standing here and the ball does somehow get past here, you can at least run onto it and you can see the ball and see the goal rather than running away from the goal. Set yourselves up better positionally. Nice try for the pass, Nathaniel. It's very smart. But this is why we can't be quiet. Nero, you kind of made the movement. Can you scream for the switch so you can get the ball? So we all must provide passing options, and then the person with the ball can choose which one they like more. Don't just give the person one option with the ball. Nice first touch. Well done, Henry. But now, this is too slow to reset. We're not getting our positions. We're having a little party, having a little talk. Where are you meant to be, Jai? 10 years later, you're still in the wrong spot. Who does the winger mark, Jai? The defender or the winger? Who are you marking, Aiden? Can we control the ball first and then play? Nice passing, James. Great pass, Johnny. Really good pass. Remember what we say when we dribble? We want to keep the ball glued to our foot when we dribble. Also, this is really, really good option. Really good in terms of making that forward run and helping. Obviously, we just got to be careful of being offside though, Nemanja. You might get caught being offside. That's an awesome pass. I really love that. But now once again, it's too slow to reset. So if the ball goes out, can we all say reset, reset, remind each other. Get to our positions quicker. We're dawdling. We're walking around. So Bo, should you be taking the kick or should be the goalkeeper taking the kick? Once again, we're a team. It's not just, I want to take the corner, I want to take the free kick. Whoever's in that position should take the kick. Because now, who they're going to pass to over here? You only have now one option. But if Mason takes the kick, Bo, and we're a team rather than individuals, Mason can pass to you, Bo, or Henry. Because it looks like a goal kick pretty much. Doesn't matter if it's a free kick or offside. It looks like it's going to be in a spot where a goal kick would be. Very cool. So we want to make sure that, depending on James' throw, I don't think he can throw this far, guys. So it's up to us to, firstly, can we get, see how the wing is taking the throw. We have one person to throw to, I believe. Or maybe he's not the winger. Who knows? But can we have other people coming to support? Different options. All right. depending on who our midfielder is. I think you might be our midfielder. Can we have our defender take the throw? So the defender can throw to either the winger, the striker, or the midfielder, or even the defender that's back here. So closest defender take the throw. Other defender come over so you can get the pass back here. Or I can play to my midfielder, or my striker, or my winger. But at the moment, I can only play to one person. And there's 4 of them, or 3 of them. It's going to be hard for us. Alright, so once again, walkie-talkie. What do I want you, James? Can we get really wide, and then whoever gets the ball, can you scream at them so you can get the pass? Because look how much congestion there is. Look how many defenders and people there are here. When we're stuck in the middle of the pitch, we want to play to the wide areas. But that can't happen if you're hiding and walking and not talking. Alright, so Hugo should be able to hear you screaming for the ball out here. And then, cool, we've eliminated 1, 2, 3, 4 players. And you're bound to score, James. But you're not gonna get goals if you walk and you don't talk. So you should be screaming for the pass. I'm here, yo. I think I'm talking to Demi saying the same thing. Yo, talk for the ball. It's not good enough just to be quiet the whole game. It's not good enough. Got to do better. Doesn't help. Once again, so now we've got the ball, James. Nemanja, you can probably help as well, Mr. Winger. Now that we know we have the ball, we shouldn't keep coming towards the person. We don't need to defend. As soon as we think we have the ball, instead of going towards or away high, we go wide. So then this guy can hopefully kick the ball somewhere around here and you're going to be able to get it and go forward, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The entire team is on this little slither of the pitch. Wake up, guys. Wingers are here for a reason. So then when we win the ball amongst this mess, we know who we can kick to. Person out wide. Now straight away, James, where can we go? Nemanja, where can you get it? Good. See how Nemanja got it? Nemanja was actually in a really good spot. He was out wide. Perfect. Beautiful. Exactly what I want to see. So Nemanja, just because of his positioning, nearly got a goal for us. That's actually really good. I actually think you're onside there, James. That's totally fine. But there you go. One kick to Nemanja. Now it's across and nearly a goal because of the positioning. So well done, Nemanja. James, can we get really, really wide when our team has the ball? Now, Dimmy. Where do I want my striker? Up on the black line. Mason, can you put the ball on the black line? So then you can either kick to a winger or a defender. Also, my defenders are meant to be down here. Alright? Because otherwise, Dimmy should really be up here. And then before you get the ball, boy, Dimmy's already stolen it from you. Okay, so Dimmy, don't be nice and let them have the ball. Get nice and tight, nice and close. You're allowed to come up to the black line, Dimmy. Alright, get up there. So then it's only a little bit of a run. And then, from here, if you chase him, he's going to go straight to our teammate here. We're going to win the ball. Great pass, by the way, Bo. But just remember, once again, whoever is our defenders, if you're the defender, right defender, left defender, midfield, winger, and then striker really, really high. So then keeper, once again, you can play to this defender, this midfielder, this winger. And another thing is, because our defenders started really high, they then got sucked towards the ball where Henry was, and then there's no one here to defend. Same with Bo. Bo's too high already because he started high, and now there's no one to block and defend. Before Bo gets it, they score. It's going to happen all the time, dude. There's a reason. There's a method to the madness. Bo's too high. Henry's too high. And it's a goal. Defenders on these little corners, in these little intersections, junctions. If you play incorrectly, the other team will punish you. And the better the other team is, the more they'll punish you. So once again, with kickoff, firstly, what on earth is this? So we got our wingers, we got our winger, we got our striker, and what are our two defenders doing? Why are our defenders up here? The striker is the highest on the pitch. The wingers are the widest on the pitch. The midfielder is in the middle of the strikers and defenders. And the defenders are behind the midfielders. So you've got defenders who are the closest to our goal. We have the striker who's closest to their goal. we have the midfielder in the middle of both of the strikers and defenders, and the wingers as wide on the wings as possible. Because now, there's no defenders. Zayden, I forget. Zayden and Costa. And James, you have to mark goal side. Wakey. I reckon, Hugo, you're good enough to take that touch out your feet and whack it to the wing. I reckon you're good enough, Hugo. I don't think you need to dribble so much. Touch out, touch, and whack. Not turn and dribble into defenders. It's a really good pass. So multiple issues at the moment. Let's see. Cool. Bo has the ball. We win it. Okay, cool. Fair enough. So make sure Costa, Zayden, I keep forgetting how to say it. You two have to work together to mark their striker, whoever that striker may be. It could be Jai, it could be Bod at the moment. Because here, there is enough defenders on that player. We don't need you going as well. We want you to stay close to your other defender. There's enough people trying to steal the ball off that guy. We don't need 3 people trying to steal the ball off one person. So don't get drawn to the ball. Otherwise, we get exposed here. It's a really good pass and really good positioning by Bo. We're going to be really more careful there. Much more careful. Control first, Costa. Don't let it run across your body. Right foot, control. And how do we control? We control facing forward. So right foot, face forward to that touch. Control the ball facing forward. Oh wait, this is too slow. You're my defenders, Eden. Come mark up the striker with Costa. 2 defenders together. They work together as a team. If you play defender, stay with your other defender. Work as a team. Good, much better. Great pass. I really love to see that, Johnny. So remember, if someone's taking the corner, I don't mind one defender coming here to get the pass, so you can smack it in for a shot. Far post though. I don't want to shoot near post because it might go out for a goal kick. If I shoot here, it might be a goal or it might be a cross. So I don't mind if one of the defenders comes here to get the corner, to receive the pass from the corner. Once again, striker, get on the black line because now you're running further than you need to, Johnny. So we only need to mark up Costa when we don't have the ball. If one of the defenders is taking the throw, can I have my other defender deep, meaning backwards, away from the thrower? So then, cool, you might be able to get the pass. Or if somehow we lose the ball, then you're at least here and you can now defend rather than chasing back to defend. So we want one defender, the closest defender, to take the throw. The other defender get back. So you might be able to get this pass or this throw, and then you can switch out to the other side, which is what we'd love to see, really lots. All right. Because if we somehow lose it here, and this person dribbles through, now there's no one to defend because there's no one back here. Look at the ball always, Bo. Don't turn your back to the ball. Alright, so Jai, what was wrong with that choice? Should you be smacking that ball with all your might? Or, if we have some brains and we want to go cool, rather than trying to shoot from a million miles away, how could I just pass to my teammate? Alright, so think about the weight of your pass. We're not just smacking it for no reason. We're going to think, how can we pass to the person who has the best chance of scoring? So it should have definitely been a goal. And here we've done a madness in terms of defending. Okay. So in fact, I think exactly what I said did happen. We lost it. And now there's no one back here defending. And now Christian's in a really good spot to score. A million times over every day of the week, that has to be a pass, Jai. A million times over. The shot there is very, very silly. Very silly. What on earth is happening? Why do things just go out of our brains all of a sudden? Defender, drop off. Defender, drop off. Okay, because now it's either you're getting pressed by both of them. Alright. I want to be able to play to my wingers. And I want to be able to play to my defenders. Alright. Here we're just plodding along with no game awareness. With nothing really making sense. We're just standing in the middle of nowhere hoping I'm in the right spot. Defenders drop off. Defenders behind the goal kicker. So, very important. With our crosses, we really want to exaggerate swinging our leg backwards rather than to the place we're trying to go. Swing it really backwards, and then you'll find it probably ends up in a nice spot. You're in a really good spot. 3 teammates in the box. We can't be kicking that out for a goal kick. That's a really nice pass, Aiden. So what should happen here? Christian, if it comes, well, first Jai, if the ball comes from one side, where do we like to go? The other side. Alright. And also Christian, Christian, you should be demanding the ball, not quietly saying something that no one can hear you. Okay? Have to be super loud. And then Jai, you have to be making that pass. Have to. But if he can't see you, how's Jai meant to pass you, Christian? Tell him. Yell for it. Are we playing statues, are we? So do we just stand still like statues, or do we have to move away from your position? Do you think Aiden's throwing a million miles to you guys? Probably not. So maybe someone moves here. Maybe someone moves here. Maybe you have to move away, Nero. Alright. Thrower's got the ball. Alright. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi. Not in a million years you can stand still doing nothing for 10 whole seconds. Can't be doing that playing sport. Come here, my man. Defenders, get to your spots, alright? Where's my right winger? So Nemanja. Cool. If the defender has the ball, I need my right winger coming somewhere they can pass to you. We cannot hide behind a million defenders. I'll go crazy. All it takes is a bit of running. It's not that hard. If it's too hard, we'll give you a rest on the bench. It's totally fine. If you need a rest, we'll give you it. Alright, 2 things. 1, control the ball straight away. Costa facing forward. Control. Don't wait for it. Number 2, you see how before you even get the ball, how close the defender is. And this guy's barely running muscle. So if you get back here, Costa, you'll be able to have the ball. It makes Jai run a mile. And then it also stretches the defender. So then there's lots of space for this person. There's lots of space for the midfielder to get it. Because we've stretched this striker a million miles away. But also the striker might be lazy. He might not want to chase you over there. So you get more time on the ball. But if you get really close to him, Costa, he's going to go, yep, he's right there. I'm going to chase him. Even if he's a lazy person. They're going to want to still do it. So make your life easier. Drop away. Listen to your coaches. Alright, let's go. So, it's a problem that our right defender has it and the right winger isn't even in frame. So, it's very important that, yes, as the defender gets the ball, our right winger comes somewhere where the pass can come to you. Because at the moment, how on earth is this ball meant to get to wherever our winger is? Okay, it's very important we do our jobs. Here you go. Left foot touch. Left or right foot pass to the other side. So control pass, control pass. So make sure, once again, we try to tell you a million times at training, Dimmy, if the right defender gets the ball, come and support. But also, Costa, a million times over, get to this line. It helps the angles. It just helps everything when you get deeper. It allows the angle to come to the Dimmy easier if he comes over, rather than being here and then there's not much of an angle. In this free kick situation, I wouldn't mind having a player near post, well, on both of the posts, and then the rest in the wall, and being ready to chase the ball, run out towards the ball. So remember, to give yourself more time, come back here. Because then these guys really have to run forward and expose themselves. Rather than getting high, and you're going towards them. And then they're both tackling you. So how are you meant to get past both of them? It's because look where you've received the pass. You've received it where they were. Can you come back here and receive it? And then when they chase after you a million miles, you just go, thanks, and pass it right around them. And then they have to run a million miles backwards. But here, you've run into them and made it easy. And that should have been a goal. Against PTA, 1-0 down because we positioned ourselves badly. See, I love to see that I'm sure not a single coach has taught this, but somehow you've learnt it by yourselves. Because you think it looks cool, you watch the Ronaldos, but this is the least important thing to learn. Learn your positions, okay? Prioritize learning how to play football. But off the cuff, you somehow learn how to do these fake little free kicks. And just remember, I'm not sure if you guys have been taught that you're offside. So Henry, I think it's Nero, you're both offside. So if the ball does go to you, it'll be offside and not a goal. So you can't stand behind those defenders when you're offside. See, this is... Look how fast we can run when we feel like we have to. This sprint, the speed at which we move here, is what we should be doing when our teammate has the ball when we're sprinting to be a passing option. All of you know how to sprint, but you don't do it at the right times. So Christian's getting the ball. How can you sprint to be an option? How can you sprint to be an option? Or how can you sprint to be an option? Okay, sprinting is your baseline of work rate. It's not jogging or walking or wandering. I'm sprinting to be a passing option. I'm sprinting and calling for the ball. Not just sprinting when you want to score a goal. Good. So this is exactly, that pass is exactly where I want the pass. So that's where I need my winger to be. So Hugo, you pass it in the right spot, even though no one was there. And well done for getting that, Demi. But do you see how you have to run away from the ball? Straight away, can we get on the black line? Done really well to control that Demi though. And that's awesome to see. Passing down the line to a teammate is really, really good. Well done for being strong and physical. So Anders did that. I'm not sure if he was playing striker or not. I don't think he was. But as a rule of thumb, whoever has the ball, I want my striker in line with that person. So if this person has the ball, can my striker be in line with that person really high? If this person has the ball, can they be in line with that person really high? If this person has the ball, can you be in line with the person with the ball? So Anders got the ball, but he was the midfielder. I'd prefer my striker to be there because I want my midfielder to receive the switch. So instead of Anders getting this pass, winger has it. Can my striker be in line with it rather than the striker always hanging around in the middle? I'd rather our midfielder be in the middle. So if you ever play striker, as a rule of thumb, stay high up on the pitch. You have to be the highest player, but there should be a straight line directly to the person who has the ball. So for example, Henry's got it, so I want my striker to be in line with it, a straight line. Now that this person has the ball, can the striker be in line? Straight line. So do you notice how all these four players are walking and wandering? I've seen them sprint pretty fast previously. I'm pretty sure, Christian, you just sprinted a million miles a second, a minute ago. Why aren't you sprinting your guts out to be there? Midfielder, why aren't you sprinting your guts to be an option? Winger, why aren't you sprinting your guts out to get in the wide areas? Nathaniel, why aren't you sprinting and calling for it? Walking, wandering, walking, wandering. Walking and watches. It's not going to help you play soccer. Not at all. But now we can sprint. So it's not walk most of the game, sprint when you have to. This is what I mean by we react. We're walking and watching. Hopefully Mason does something really cool. Oh, now we've lost it. Now let's react and defend. Rather than thinking, okay, if we keep the ball, we never have to defend. So let's work really hard to keep the ball. The harder you work to keep the ball, the less you have to work defending. Imagine that. So can you get this pass, Christian? Who's that midfielder? Why are you all standing up where the striker is? It's not good enough. Wakey, wakey. Midfielder, get to the middle. Whoever has the ball, they should be able to one-touch pass to the midfielder. The midfielder has to closely support everybody. Do we like to play through the middle, Hugo? We have the ball in the middle already. Probably means we want to play to the wide areas. If we have the ball on one side, can we go through? If not, can we switch to the other side? That's two basic rules of football. If we have the ball in the middle, probably play out through the wide areas. And remember, put the ball up high. That will allow you to probably pass over these four guys. But because you kick from a million miles away, Hugo, who does it go to? It goes to them. But if you put the ball here, Hugo, your kick probably would have gone over that guy. And then it would have had more success. Make your lives easier. Alright. So once again, I don't want you here, defender. Because either this pass is on to the winger, therefore we don't need you there anyway. Or they will probably, a well-structured team will probably have a defender here, which means you're now useless. So we need to provide all different options in a way we can stretch the defenders in a way that they can't mark us all at the same time. But if they just had one, if they had one person here, they've now blocked the pass to the winger and close enough to press you. But if you stand here, the person defending can, yes, they can block this pass, but they can't defend you at the same time. Or if they go and try to defend you, or if you stand here and they try to go here and try to defend you, then we just play straight to the winger. Do you see? We want to provide as many different options so that the defenders can't defend us. So Anders, this is actually your fault here. You're trying to make the run to where the striker is meant to get the ball. So this is what I mean. This is what we say about being a team. Don't just move somewhere where you think you can get the ball, because you might be taking it away from someone else's position. So midfield, we want to support in the middle, so you can switch out to one side. If somehow they block this pass, it might mean that this guy tried to defend you. And if this guy tries to defend you here, Anders, that means the striker can get the ball. But in this case, if you come over here, Mason now is blocking both you and Johnny. And that's only one defender. So that means we will lose the ball, because one defender has blocked two of our teammates. No good. Mister, can you move and demand the ball? Okay. Either come here and demand the ball, or I doubt this one will work, but at least move with some intensity and demand the ball and somehow try to get that pass. Okay. Preferably get it to your feet here. Okay. Make sense? And once again, rule of thumb, wherever the ball is, I want a straight line, and that's where my striker should be. He's pretty much there. Anders, find a passing line in the middle, so then you can switch out to the other sides. Football is all positioning. 98% of football is just your positioning. Don't quote me on that statistic. Hugo, if you want to pass to someone that's not looking at you, what should you do? At least call their name. But firstly, don't pass to someone that's not looking at you. So if you want to pass to someone, this goes for any, even if they are looking at you, tell the person that you're passing to them. Just say, hey, Jai, and kick the ball at them. At least it gives them some alert. At least wakes up their butterfly brain. Anders, pass the ball. Costa, kick the ball. Just say their name as you pass. I promise you it makes a world of difference. Because that person goes, oh, what? And then they realise and switch on. Cool. So, remember what we were saying, Dimmy? Is that we want to stay wide, but then come support. So then you can get it to your feet. But at the moment, you're hiding. All it takes is an extra 2 steps, which I know you're quick and fast enough to take 2 steps on you. So, cool. We start here. You did everything right. You could get even wider. Every inch counts. You could get even wider. And then, instead of going inwards to the pitch, come down. Alright? Because then, we'll be able to play around this guy. Now he's gone. And then I should have a midfielder supporting. I should have my striker supporting. And if you get it, Dimmy, you can play to your striker. You can make a forward run. We can make a 1-2. We can switch out. We can play football. Control, pass the feet. But for that to work, we need to move somewhere your teammate can pass you and go for it before I go crazy. So, once again, we've got Christian and Jai trying to all be the striker. Where do wingers go? Wide, wide, wide. I think you're playing defense, Nero. Provide a passing option. Aiden, provide a middle option because you're the midfielder. You have to start understanding the zones, the general areas you have to be playing in. Wingers on the wings. Striker, highest down the pitch. Midfielder, in the middle of everybody. Defenders, closest to our goal. But now we got absolutely one. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, all doing the same job. Christian's not wide. Jai's not wide. Neil's gone walkabout. Nathaniel, that's fine. But be proactive, Nathaniel. Move and demand it, not just waddle around. We've got to all move, all work, all sprint. If we just waddle and wander around, can't play football. Well done, Hugo. So this is what I mean by having multiple options. See how Costa's deep? And then first thing Nero, mark your winger. But you can see now he can play to defender, if you're actually in the right spot. We can play defender, and then we can play wingers. So it's defender, defender, or winger, or winger. And you see Ziad, you're now standing somewhere where if you get the ball, the defender can press you really easily. And he's also standing in a way that he can also block the pass to the winger. So it's no good. Ziad, come back here. Because then this guy either will leave you to get the ball, Ziad, or he's going to come follow you. If he follows you, then we'll be able to play straight through him. Alrighty, and the game. Where's my mouse? Under 10 North team going on here. I've got on mute just because the wind is so bad today. Well, on that day rather. Jesus. Alright. Let's look at why we lost the ball here. Cool. Something I said with my other, like when I say with all our teams. There's so many gaps, like we don't have to play backwards. Like, don't make it so obvious. So, wingers, can our kickoff point be straight away, bump, with wingers you run down the line straight away. So, can our wingers be straight away ready to sprint down the line? And can the person, the striker taking the kickoff, maybe pretend to play backwards, but then donk, play through the gap. There's always these massive gaps in between. And then rather than us being put on the back foot, we put them on the back foot and probably score often cases. And then they're like, oh crap. And then it depletes their mentality for the whole game. Rather than here, now it's actually what we wanted to see. That was actually really good. But can we do that straight from kickoff rather than going to our midfielder and then doing it? Oh. Hopefully you heard all that. So I don't mind this play. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. So that's where it broke down. This was actually what chef's kiss in terms of the combination play. Cool, we got it. We play through. Patrick he passes forward. He tries to run forward. It could be quicker. Cool. Whoever has the ball, Lara was awesome today. She listened to the coach very well, and I'm very impressed. I said to Lara and our strikers, all our strikers, get in line with whoever has the ball. So Patrick has the ball. Lara's getting in line. Cool. Back to goal. What do we do? We bounce. It's all perfect. But what we need to do better is support the forward pass. So the pass has been played forward rather than watching. This reaction's too slow. So cool. Pass forward, run forward. I don't mind that actually, Alessandro, how you tried to support. It's not a bad option at all. But we should be having our defender kind of provide the backwards option. So I don't mind this at all. So far, so good. But here we have to then realize it's been played forward. So either one of us has to make that forward run to really support. But overall, sensational play. If we can play like that always, you'll decimate everyone, you'll become a really good footballer, and you'll achieve really good things in your career. That's how you want to play. Pass, move, pass forward, run, pass, support. Once again, I'm loving Lara's bouncing. Lara, you're going to be striker for days now, Lara. Just as a point, a thing to note, so we had Lara in defence. She said she wanted to play higher up the pitch. We gave her the chance. I said, this is what I want to see. She's done it flawlessly. So, she'll stay there. See how Lara's getting in line again? I'm happy with that. So in this situation, firstly, all of us should be making these forward runs and demanding this pass through. But also, it's totally fine, Sammy, to play down the line and then you make the forward run in to get it back off Lara. Or even just a 1-2 bounce, potentially. So, once again, happy with Lara's movement. So we just want to think about the statistics of what's the most risky pass versus what will be more safe. So here, if it does go through, obviously it's brilliant, but you do have to play through two defenders. Where if we demand the ball, Alessandro, because that's something that we're working on with you and most of our players, is demanding the pass, so then Alessandro can play it without these two guys here. Or we get it from one side and we go the other side to Patrick, so then Patrick can dribble through or play through. Decision making on the ball has to be better, and it can be better if we give information, talk. Bravo, Hugo. Once again, demand it. So if we do not use our voice, you're not going to get the ball, Alessandro. Who's more free, Braxton? This, a player marked, or Alessandro, and then eventually Patrick in a mile of space? Clearly the people in a mile of space. But, Alessandro, you're not helping him make the good decision. He's under pressure. He's thinking he's going to get tackled straight away. You are in mountains of space, Alessandro, but it's not good enough to just be in space. What do we say? 3 steps to being a passing option. If you're only 1 or 2 of them, you're not a passing option. I don't care if you think you're in the best position, you're not a passing option. 1, get in a passing line. So for instance here, potentially probably not in a passing line because the defender's in front of him. 2, he's not in space because there's a defender next to him. Okay? Where Alessandro is in a passing line, he's in space, but he hasn't demanded it, shouted, screamed for the ball. Therefore, he's not a passing option, which is why he doesn't get the ball. All 3. Passing line, space, demand it. It's very important. So we do get lucky here. I think if you versus a Casio team or Kruska team, they're cutting that pass out. So we get lucky. Doesn't mean it's the right decision. But here is perfect. See how Lara's in line with the person with the ball. Chef's kiss. So if you play striker, any of you, do what Lara did here. Get in line with the person with the ball because it allows this option. And the defender either has to let Lara go here and get the ball or he gets dragged out. And now there's 0 people guarding the goal. That's good for us, isn't it? This is perfect. Touch. This is why at training we're going to start making you play 1 touch, 2 touch, because it should be 1 touch turn, 2nd touch pass out. And then Patrick can then play through or dribble. When we're in the middle and we're stuck, and there's lots of defenders through the middle, can we play it through the wide areas? Too much congestion there. Great through ball. Well done for finding that gap. So just once again, we like to have a fork. So we like to have the right option, middle option, and left option. I wouldn't mind, Patrick, you getting a bit wider here. I wouldn't mind that, because by the time you get the ball here, Patrick, you're going to get pressed and you're going to panic. You're going to turn your back to the goal, and then we have to go backwards. So I much prefer you getting out here, Patrick, because then he might have to come out here with you. And now there's less people around Lara. And once again, Sammy, awesome spot. Really, really good. You could have easily got the ball here. Make sure you demand it. But Braxton threads it through 2 defenders. Get success. So we always want to provide as many different options as possible. So, very good. We had Sammy and we had Lara. And Lara's being brilliant today. The goal is not impressive, her positioning is impressive. And positioning gets goals. Once again, Lara got that goal because she was in line with the person with the ball. So once again, Lara's in line. Once again, amazing. Something as wingers should do, if there is the space there, drive into the pitch. Drive into it. Because 1, you're going to get more close to the goal when you're going to be able to shoot. 2, you may actually find that you'll be able to switch it across and play across. So we always want to go towards the goal if possible. So if you have the space, go in towards the space. Because what happens here is, because Lara is doing her job and getting down the line, it draws defenders towards Lara. And if Lara draws the defenders over here, it then allows space for the winger to drive into the pitch. And then 1v1, pass, shoot, score, anything. So it's okay to dribble into the pitch. It's actually better than dribbling down the line away from the goal. We want to go towards the goal. But if you do play to Lara, Patrick, once again, come inside the pitch, and then you become the striker, because then Lara's on the wings. Anyways, these is all things you'll start realizing as a footballer, and that's why we do the video analysis. That's why we do this. Good idea, Patrick. Totally fine with that. That's why you get a goal. We tried to switch, even though it didn't work. The idea was there. The ball still kind of travelled that way. Anything can happen. Sammy's a freak of an athlete. He gets the goal. So the football's getting there. It's getting better. I'm liking the way we're playing. And it starts, the way we've played has started from Lara. Lara has started everything. Because if Lara wasn't doing her job, none of the other options would be available. So, chef's kiss. As soon as one person isn't doing their positioning right, it kills it for the whole team. So that's why we do the video analysis and make sure that you're doing the right things. And that's why I get so mad when people are lazy off the ball. Because off the ball movement is literally the entire game. Without off the ball movement, you can't play football. Once again, Lara got the ball. Why? Before this week, all we had Was our striker stooging here, having a picnic by themselves, thinking they're heroes? No. Look how much Lara is changing the game for us today. She's making those runs in line with the person with the ball, and she's getting it. And she's also dragging defenders over, away from their goal. It's really, really good to see. And when this does happen, when you do pass that ball, perfect Sammy, make that run, get the bounce back from Lara. Because our strikers aren't the ones that are turning and dribbling 10 people and scoring. They're the ones receiving and bouncing back. Which just happened. If you play good football, you get good goals. So, let's see this again. Played out from the back. Well done for Sammy getting wide. Look at the run Lara's making. She's making our game good. Because if she didn't do that, congrats, we'd be back to how we were before. Sammy would dribble, lose the ball, it's game over. But because one person made one movement, we get the goal. And she made the bounce, which is brilliant. And good strike by Alessandra. And also, brilliant by Patrick. Because oftentimes, it might be the case Alessandro couldn't have that shot off. He might turn his back, but then he can play out to you. So positioning-wise, is getting better. Very happy chap. And that's why I want to start playing forward from kickoff, because so we can avoid this. I'd much rather, if I was them, just to kick it out here and then this player receive in behind. And even if it goes out for throwing, at least we're in their half for throwing. Or even here, Sammy, be careful, because easily this pass is going to happen. This guy's going to run on, and now you're behind the ball, Sammy. So when we don't have possession, Sammy, get close to them. Only when we have the ball, you get out wide like that, Sammy. Same goes with you, Patrick, here. Easily, they can play in here. This guy runs in, and now he's on goal. Phenomenal by Alessandro. These little things is what turns you into an elite footballer. Firstly, good touch. Pass. He makes the forward run. Brilliant. I don't mind it. Shots are okay. But here would have been awesome. I loved everything still, Alessandro, but would have been even cooler. Of course, if the shot went in, great. But try to receive back foot if possible. Cool. Receive back foot. We come from one direction. Can we take a first touch to the other direction? And then we play in and score. Either way, still happy. But something that we did at training yesterday is trying to take our first touch away from these defenders. So instead of taking our first touch back into these two, can we take a first touch into the pocket of space? And then you can drive and 1v1 have your shot. Or preferably, touch in, Sammy comes in, whacks it in far post. Even here, I forget what I think you shoot, but even here, as Sammy, it's up to you to demand it. If you demand hard enough, natural human behaviour, they'll give you the ball. Obviously, don't be obnoxious, otherwise I'll let you know if you are. But just know we're all trying to help each other, wake each other up to make the right decision. Still, totally fine with it, because if you hit it well, obviously it'd be a goal. So there's no issues with anything. I'm just giving you, highlighting certain other options. Once again, Lara's getting in line with the ball. Now we have a passing option to play to. Where oftentimes what would happen normally, where we normally play, our striker's hiding off having a picnic and Patrick is running and dribbling into trouble and then loses it. But now we have these passing options, which is awesome. So that's why I say striker, get in line with the person with the ball. There should be a straight line, not a diagonal line, straight line to you. Bravo, Braxton. Good bravery. Just make sure, Alessandro, especially as a midfielder, we shouldn't be picking up no one. If you have no one, either double up or at least get in the mix, or, you know, either as a last resort, if you got no one, pick up a player and just help someone mark a player, or kind of stand here so you can like block the low and hard crosses. So either of those options would be good. Just because here we're not really helping and it could be dangerous. Do we see how Lara keeps getting the ball? She keeps making those runs. Watch the run. Watch the run. If Sammy could have actually probably passed it first time, it would have been better. So Sammy controls. Cool. If you played it now, could be really, really good. Still keeps it. So here, this is what I say about demanding the ball, Alessandro. You should be coming here in a pass line and screaming for this ball. So you can dribble, 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 dribble. Lara's put the defenders over. You're on for goal by yourself, Alessandro. So if we want to score more goals and have that real good fun, demand it. Get in a passing line, scream for the ball. And then good things will happen. Especially as a midfielder, your job is to support everybody. Whoever has the ball, they should be able to pass you with 1 or 2 touches. So if this person has the ball, this guy should be able to pass you with 1 or 2 touches. So get in a passing line where it's not risky to play to you, but somewhere really easy for them to play to you, Alessandro. That's your next goal, your next step to level you up as a player. Once again, for the throw-ins, make sure we have a defender that is supporting. Depending on how high the throw-in, I don't mind if the winger takes the throw, but we still want the defender calling for the ball. So if you do receive it, you can then switch out to the winger, or maybe there might be a Lara or someone that you can play through the middle. But we want to provide as many passing options as possible, so defenders aren't there to just stand and just defend and not get involved. More than happy for you to get involved and scream for that ball. And just know, as a thrower, you can play to the winger, you can play to the striker, you can play to the midfield, but you can also play back to the defender. Great choice, Alessandro. Really, really good. I'm really enjoying the way we're playing, and it is starting from Lara. Why? Because oftentimes, instead of Laring does what she does now, the striker normally turns and tries to beat 3 people and lose the ball, and then it ruins it for everyone. So this is awesome that she just chose to bounce the ball back. And that allows this option, which happens, which is brilliant. And congrats, we've now actually played football. How it should be played, in my humble opinion. Great pressure from Lara. Awesome. That was a happy noise, by the way. A shot I don't mind, but this is also brilliant. But let's watch you, Sammy. Let's see what you do, Sammy. So, where's the space? Instead of stopping your run, Sammy, commit to it. Be ready for the pass. Be ready for it. Well done for keeping it in, though. Yep, happy with that. Another thing is your next 2 goals for you, Alessandro. 1, move and demand it more, like use your voice more. 2, use your arm when you tackle. See, it's a really bad habit to tackle like this, where you just stick your back foot in and there's no body contact. You're just sticking a toe in. It doesn't work, doesn't help. Close arm across their body. As you lunge in for that tackle, arm across their body. So this right arm, can you get that right arm across his body as you tackle? So I like to say close arm, close foot, but oftentimes you do need to use that foot that you used. But have to get the arm. So as you tackle and you stick your foot in, you're not leaning with your foot, you're leaning your body away, you're leaning your body into them and getting that arm across their body, because you may miss the ball, but they're not going to run past you, because that's too easy. And that happened last year. A lot of players do this, and we're trying to knuckle that out of you. So bang, as you lunge, bop, arm across their body, because then it stops this. So once again here, if someone's ever dribbling at you really fast, you have to run away from them just as fast and match their speed, and then they're going to have to slow down. Especially if we're this far up the pitch, we've got plenty of space to use, rather than committing. As someone's dribbling fast at you, first of all, we're in a straight line. The key principles of defending in 2s, we spoke a little bit about it yesterday. 1 presses, other 1 covers. So if the first person gets beat, then they got to beat the second person. And normally with that touch, with that touch that they beat Braxton, normally it's going to be a heavy touch and it will go to you, James. So 1 presses, 1 covers in behind. But number 2 is, if someone's dribbling at you really fast, you run back with them, matching their speed a little bit. And so as they continue to run, you run back with them, and eventually they're either going to have a heavy touch and you can steal it, or they're just going to slow down. More likelihood, they're going to slow down. As they slow down, then if you commit, they're not going to zoom past you like he is at the moment. So if you've slowed him down and then he tries to take you on, you can catch up to him. And of course, you're going to have James to cover too. The more you delay and slow this guy down, first of all, Sammy and Patrick can get back. And then, but also Braxton, you're going to probably win it if you slow him down. But if he's dribbling at you super fast, you're never going to catch up to him. So run with him. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen. And a better team is going to finish that shot. So, once again, for the players that have done futsal with me, the Futsal Academy, you know, as soon as if we just lose the ball, key is to delay, not to win the ball. We want to delay because now we're out of shape. So the transition of losing the ball the first thought is delay, not win. So delaying means, cool, I just want to stand in front of this guy for as long as possible. I want to slow this guy down as much as possible. It's very important. This is why we're talking about it heavily right now, because this defending in twos is so important. So run back with him, stay in front of him, keep this player in front of you for as long as possible. Don't let him get behind you. And as that's happening, James, you're recovering to get into a covering position. As this player is getting delayed, Sammy's getting back, midfielder's getting back, wingers are getting back. And as this guy slows down, Braxton is easy to tackle. So I said that twice just because it's very important. Well done for using your arms, James, using your body, really good. So I guess you might be tired, Sammy, but, and that's totally fine. Here what we really want to see is, one, get wide, Sammy, and can we really overlap and make this run down the line? Especially once Alessandro gets it. Alessandro gets it, can we overlap? So we can then go one more. You're better off making the sprint rather than jogging in place. So either just don't do anything or commit to the run. Cracking shot, great save. So we're playing really good football, but our challenge is, can we do this against players that are faster and stronger and of really, really high quality? And so once again, in terms of when we have possession, I'm totally happy for the closest defender to push up a little bit and to provide a passing option just in case. Just as a side note, oftentimes we'll need this backwards passing option. And if you get a defender, cool, you can either switch it or crack it in far post. So once again, if you demand it, Alessandro, you'll get it. If you stay quiet, you won't get it. So here, obviously you made the perfect position. You should be getting this ball. But if you don't demand it, you won't get it. Great support. So great positioning, but then we slow down. As soon as we keep the ball in place, even this team gives us too much time in general. A strong team will not even give you this much time. By now, someone's already cleaned you out. So have to never keep the ball stuck in one spot for too long. You can keep the ball at your feet, but you got to be traveling with the ball. You have to be dribbling the ball, moving yourself with the ball, or past the ball. The ball has to keep moving. The ball can't stand still. So either drive the ball however you want, and then find a teammate, but you got to do it at speed. So first touch out your feet. Cool. Can you either move the ball to a teammate or drive in space and find your next teammate, but can't keep it still. Awesome positioning though, really good positioning, but then what do we do when we get it? Great recovery as well, Alessandro. Well done for using your body, James. So, I don't mind it, because if it goes through, awesome. But like we do say, if we do have the ball in the middle, we're going to draw all the defenders to the middle. So then can we play out to the wide area? It's up to you to demand it as well, Sammy. Well done, Alessandro. Great pass. So this is why we say it's so important to use your teammates and passes, but it's so important to see runs like this from Lara, making those runs. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. The more you move off the ball and call for the ball, the more you'll get involved in the game. So if you're thinking, I'm never getting past you, it's probably your fault. So that's why we say take accountability, take responsibility. The reason Lara's scoring and also creating scoring opportunities for other teammates is by the off the ball movement. By getting in the right positions. It's really, really good to see. So once again from kickoff, rather than doing what this has happened, for us, next game, can we play it straight through? So wingers get as wide as possible when we have the ball. Just an example, when we have it for the kickoff, get super wide, play through, run in behind. And then we all make forward runs and get involved. So we want to get them on the back foot. We want to be positive. We want to think, can we go forward? The idea was there, just didn't execute. So once again, totally happy, Lara. So something to work out as players and teammates is realizing which players are super fast. You have to tackle those guys differently. So those ones that are really, really fast, like I said, you have to run back with them. So it then slows them down. We love to always control the ball. Always get control of the ball. Letting it run across your body is very dangerous, especially if you haven't scanned and really understood what's around you. So, whoever's taking the throw, can a defender drop off? Provide this option. At the moment, we're both providing the same option. So, closest defender to the ball, either James, you should probably be taking this throw in, but if for not whatever reason, preferably James take this throw in, then Braxton, you provide this backwards option. And so then the person with the ball can play to the midfielder, the defender, the striker, or the winger. So as many options as possible. Great cross. Half time. Well done for pressuring, Jai. Good stuff. Just got to be careful with our defending. Just get your head up, Jai, in terms of trying to see who am I actually trying to pass to. Brilliant, Braxton. And something potentially you could have done straight away as well, Hugo. But I do like it. Good. It's brilliant by Braxton. Well done, Hugo. Perfect positioning, Patrick. So, it's not a bad idea, but just remember the rule of thumb is like Lara is doing, Jai. Cool. The person getting the ball, can I get in line with that player? So can I make this run in behind to get the pass? Or what might happen is I make the run, both defenders come with me, and then Patrick can either dribble or play to Hugo or Christian who are free by themselves. So, rule of thumb, whoever has the ball, can there be a straight line to the striker? And then Patrick, if you do pass, make a forward run. Or if you see that Jai's not an option because he's made the run and there's defenders on him, you can dribble inside of the pitch, have a shot, find this winger, find the midfielder. But we want to try to make these movements. It's very important. Great 1-2s. So as always with crosses, preferably want them hard and low, because high ball, firstly has to be a perfect high ball, where this one is actually not a bad ball at all in terms of how you did it, but it's just statistically doesn't work as much. So like, even if it's perfect, someone's got to be brave enough to put a header on or be good enough to hit a volley, or most of the times it goes over to no one. But if you hit it hard and low, it might bounce off a defender and be an own goal, might bounce off a defender and go to Jai's feet. Anything can happen. Great anticipation, James. Just don't be in a rush to get rid of possession straight away. Try to see, cool, I win it. And then what can I see? I think you're trying to shoot. Fair enough. I believe it was either last game or the weekend before. Can't remember, but oftentimes we gave away that pass too much. You'd win it and do an awesome job, James, but then you'd give it right back to the opposition. So can we think about, cool, can we win the ball and then be composed enough to try to find a teammate's feet? So can we win the ball and be composed enough to find a teammate, rather than doing all the hard work and winning it, but then passing it straight back or giving it straight back to the opposition. Well done, Braxton. Love your work, Braxton. Always very strong, very reliable. It's really, really good to see. Alright, so this is a point of improvement. We got Patrick not marking. We have about 3 people trying to do the same job, and then we have a very obvious person free. So rather than having 3 of you do the same job, maybe one of you goes and marks, and then I believe there's 2 opposition players. There's 3 opposition players unmarked. Braxton's got 2 people bumps. Actually, there might be this person here. 3. Let's see. Okay, no, fair enough. Okay. First of all, like I said, we want the defenders to mark the striker with double up. So if you don't have a player, Jai, Hugo, Christian, can we make sure we find a player? Find a player. If not, yeah, one of you can do this job, but probably not 3 of you. Patrick, mark up, because by the time that ball does get to him, it's too late and they've already scored Patrick, so mark up closely. Hugo, mark this guy a bit more close. So just be careful about about where you're positioned. Are you marking someone? Are you kind of marking your own teammate? If so, look around, see what you can do better. Well done for using your right foot. Just in general, having the confidence to use your weak foot. It's good to see. So what I'm telling Jai to do is get on the black line so he's closer to press these 2 players. Make sure you can kind of find your player Hugo. Work hard, Jai, work hard. Well done, we picked it up, good press. Once again, I don't want you running away from the ball, Jai. So your job is to go here. Because when you press, I want you to force them forward. So if you go on the black line, you're naturally going to make them play forward. But if you're here, you might press them, and all they're going to do is switch back to the other side, and then you have to run a million miles away. So make sure you listen to your coach. Your coach wants you here. Your job isn't to block these guys. That's not your job. Your job is to press these ones. Doof. Cracker. And so this is why we like bouncing the ball. So even though that I don't believe that was intentional, it was awesome. Because cool, we're under pressure, bounce the pass to your midfielder, and this is what should happen all the time. So rather than turning and trying to beat defenders, one touch bounce or control, then bounce, hold it up, find your midfielder, and this is exactly what high level football is. We call it up, back, through. So cool, we've got it. We've gone up, we played back, and then instead of playing through, we played straight through to goals, which is also fine. So we play up, bounce, midfield running and supporting. It's textbook football. It's exactly what we want to see. We don't like seeing people control, take a million touches, try to dribble 3 people, run off the pitch, lose the ball. No. Control, find a teammate, move again. Control, find a teammate, move again. Bounce if you need to, but move again, be an option. Move again, move again, move again. Always be a passing option, and always try to find your passing options when you have the ball. Can I find my teammate? So, how did this happen? Alright, I understand what you're trying to do there, Braxton. because I get it, because I say mark the striker. But we don't want to. We also want to be never having someone behind us, and we also want to be the closest players to the goal. So I do understand you're trying to mark their potential striker, but regardless of his actual position, he was more like a midfielder at this stage. They essentially don't have a striker. So rather than committing and trying to find their striker, even if he's out of position, what would be better is thinking, well, this guy's the closest player to the goal. Let me go mark that player, if anything. But we still, number one rule is, can we make sure there's no one behind us? So we want to be the closest players to the goal. Where in this case, we've both been drawn out, and then we've left this guy, and we've left a big hole. So defending, can we be the closest players to the goal, our goal? 2, can we not have people in behind us? And then 3 is, can we work as a team? So the defenders work in 2s, defending in 2s, 1 press, 1 cover, mark together, etc. So in this case, we would say this player is the striker at the moment, rather than the person you were trying to mark, Braxton. So I like how your thoughts was, can I go find the striker and mark him? It just, in this case, wasn't correct. Alright, I'm about to tell you off, Mr. Hugo. So, against the stronger player or team, you're not going to get away with this. You do, and I like how you then made something really nice and you played out wide, but what could have been cooler is using your teammates. Here, first time, you've already controlled it. After you control it, bounce, forward run, get the ball back, and now you're on goal trying to score. And this player, he's no longer pressuring you. So, there, play it. Christian, open up and make it easier. Demand it. Pass, forward run, get it back. We've now 1-2'd. And then this guy would have been left in the dust rather than you trying to beat him. And now you're under pressure, and you're no longer able to score yourself, Hugo. You've done well now to then play out wide, but you would have found if you did the 1-2, control, now pass, you would have left this guy in the dust, you would have had it back here in the middle with space, and you would have been able to dribble and shoot, or then, be able to combine again or whatever. But you'll find you'll be able to beat this player better with a 1-2. These are all just little things that will make you better players. So instead of trying to beat players one-on-one and risk what happened just then, because you got away with it, but easily you could have just lost it, easily. Where the 1-2s are always safer and more useful. Great bounce by them, play out wide for them, brilliant by them, really good football. So just have a look at your positioning, Christian. So that's the difference between us successfully winning the ball and you making them have a scoring opportunity, is your positioning. So, Christian, at all times your brain needs to be active. Jai, who's his responsibility? It's to press the defenders. Your responsibility, Christian, is to mark your winger for this exact reason. So do you see how your positioning allowed them to play out and make a scoring opportunity? Your lack of positioning allows this player to get the ball. Alright. So it's good that you made the pass eventually, but just something to realize is the quicker we attack, the harder it is for them to defend. So, cool. Christian makes a great run. And could we play it early and then this player has less time to cover his teammate? And then after you pass Jai, you can make another forward run and try to get the ball back. But the more we dribble, the more these guys all get back into shape. And see how they covered each other. So if we can play to someone in a better position than us, can we do it? Quicker the better. Great switch. Once again, you could have done that quicker, Hugo. It's a little bit too slow. A million times, Sammy, what do I always tell you? Look what the keeper is, man. Happens every time. We shoot far post. Because if you skew it, always, winger, you have to be running to the back post. Always. So, if the ball's on one side, we know the person has to shoot back post, otherwise Kyle gets angry. And then the furthest winger has to be following up and trying to get the tap in at the back post. So either it's going to be a goal, or if you skew it, it's going to come a little bit this way, and then Christian taps it in. But shooting near post, congrats, even if you hit it at him, even if you hit it perfectly near post, that's where the goalkeeper is. Goalkeepers don't let it go near post. If you skew it, it goes out here. Aim far post. Look how much gap there is in the far post. Shoot across goal. You do that a few times, it makes me angry. Does that make sense, Sammy and everyone else? Shoot far post, and the opposite winger and or striker run back post. So in this situation, I don't necessarily want you coming towards the ball, Christian. Because if we do lose it, if we lost the ball here, Christian, they can play to their teammate and you're not marking them. If we do win it, you're not even wide enough to play pass to anyway. So it's just something to be wary of. Where if you were wider, Christian, you would have received the ball facing forward with no defender in front of you. But now you receive it and you lose the ball straight away. Great overlap there, Christian. That's brilliant. See how you notice when you get wide, you get the ball in a position you can see the goal and you can do good things. So receiving the ball out wide as a winger is always better. And congrats, you got out wide, you get the goal. See the difference between receiving it in a bad position versus a good position? So in this instance, you're much wider. You can see the goal and have your shot, even though it doesn't work out. Once again, you now have the ball in a wide position. As you see, you can still score from a wide position. There's no need to make the pitch smaller. There's no need to cuddle your defender or cuddle your teammate. Well done, Lara. Oh yeah. Sammy. Look, so I'm telling Sammy again, hit far post. Do a different mistake. Because if you shoot, firstly, if you shoot near post, congrats, who's it going to, man? He's going straight to his face. Shoot far post and guarantee it's going to be an own goal. Or it's going to bounce off this guy's feet and go to Alessandro for a goal. Or it's just going to be a goal. All the options are better than straight to the keeper or straight out for a goal kick. Do you see, everybody, why we say far post? Is there much gap to play through here? There's a mile of gap to play through here. Either it's going to be a goal kick or a keeper, or if you shoot far post, it's either a goal, an own goal, bounces off, a teammate's goal, anything. It's much better. And of course, remember, if you do see a person like this in this position, it's up to you, Christian, to make this run back post. It's up to you. The furthest winger, can you run to the back post? If no one's there, midfielder, maybe you make the run, or striker. We got to get someone back post. Because so many times the keeper might get a hand to it and he might tap it out this way. Back post tap-ins always happen. Alright, please. You made 2 mistakes. Same mistake twice. Fix it. Could have had 2 extra goals. It's more fun scoring, isn't it? Be careful, Christian. Make sure you're marking your player. Well done, Christian, for making that pass. Good, Sammy, for bouncing. So, I know it worked out, but a better team may take that first touch and play straight around you. So just be careful and make sure you understand that this guy's your main priority, Sammy. Because once again, the keeper could potentially play it straight over you. Anything could happen. So try to play to the system, Sammy. I know you're bigger and you're stronger and you're faster than that person, so of course you're going to win it. But you may verse people as you get older, or even in this division, there may be people bigger, faster, stronger, or better players that will just play around you. So stick to the system. Well done, Lara. Love your work, Lara. I have no idea why they didn't have a wall. I don't think that's a penalty. So early crosses are always way better. Because you can see we got 3 and they only have 1 defender. The longer you take, now they got 2 defenders. And maybe they would have had a third if someone else got back. So it's always, if you can get an early cross in, especially as you get older, it's always best. Can we hit this cross, curl it in this way? And so we can run onto it, have a goal. So that the early cross as a winger is always preferred. Can we, inside of our foot, kind of wrap our foot around it? And so it then becomes a pass like this. That is how you become a better player, Sammy. Quicker and better. Plus, low cross, please. See how it was actually a perfect cross, quote unquote. It went straight to his head. But in your dreams, any of these players are headering the ball in. Plus, it's not good for your brain. So low and hard, use your feet. Once again, too slow. First touch forward, second touch finish at speed. That is too slow. Too slow. First touch forward, second touch bang. Now, preferably. Before. Yeah. Match over. Just off the bat, if you're going to press, do it hard, and in a way, you're going to actually try to force this guy to play down the line. Otherwise, you may as well not run at all and just hold your shape. Because just doing that, you've wasted energy, and you've now also allowed this guy to have the ball in space. So there's zero reason to press in that way. Either just don't press and hold shape, or try to make him play forward. And Ricardo here, if someone makes that, you have to track that run. So here you let the pass go and you leave your man. So you can't leave your man. If he makes that 1-2, track the run. If your player makes a pass and runs forward, track it. Have to. So here there's like zero interest even wanting the ball. At least make some type of effort to want the ball, whether it's coming short and drawing a player in or something to try to get the ball to your feet. Preferably even call. Maybe push this guy away and then quickly drop in so you can receive on the half turn and then maybe play through. But you actually have to have the desire to want the ball. Otherwise, these guys will just not think to pass to you. There should be no dramas with dropping off, receiving, and playing through. And then making a forward run, getting it back, and etc. But center doesn't even want the ball. So as a striker, it's a great pass by his. Exactly what I want to play through the guts of him. Get your arm up. You have to be able to hold this ball for as long as possible. Like, you should be able to hold this ball, keep that player away, and be able to wait for someone to come through for a bounce. And then we play through. We got to really make sure, as a striker, we should be able to hold that ball. It's a good idea, it's just bad execution. Because if you have your look, there's such a big gap to play into the space rather than try to getting it to his feet. Get the pass away from the play, Ricardo. So cool, perfect, good idea, nothing wrong with it. But play away from the opposition, play away from the defender. Because Sock is the one making the forward run. This guy's not got... He's not running into... He's not going to be able to run into that. Sock is making the forward pass and forward run. He's going to be able to get there first, Ricardo, if you do play in the space. Because his momentum is going towards Sock. So he's not going to be able to turn and get it. But if you play it straight to his feet, of course, he's in front. He's going to get it. So decision and execution of that was poor. Well done to recover, though. So here's that you should have the game awareness, Ricardo, to go, cool. There's a player that did cross the ball. He's probably still there. So you should have the awareness to at least scan and go, cool, where's the person that did put the corner in? So there's a lack of scanning that's going to catch you off guard a lot of times. So make sure you at least have the understanding. But also, why on earth did no one say Ricardo man on? Or Ricardo quickly man on, bounce, etc.? And another thing is, cool. Why has no one at least gave this option to drop to play back? Whether it's the keeper, whether it's one of the centre backs, there must be someone being able to drop here. So another thing is, Colt, if you've got space, drive into that Ricardo. Firstly, I wouldn't mind one of you guys, whether it's we have a strike rep here, or someone should be making this run down the line to receive this pass. But we can never leave the ball in one spot, Ricardo. You must drive that ball, whether it's you're passing that ball or driving the ball. You can never leave the ball in one spot. Keep that ball moving. Okay, so there was someone. So one of these players up top, Cohen or Tom, or whoever's there, not Tom, one of these guys, you have to be making this run down the line to try to get this pass. And then Ricardo can play it and then run inside. So, like I always say, it's the off-the-ball movement which lets us down. We're so slow. We're so reactive. We just kind of stand and plod along and hopefully something happens. It's not going to work. Fuck. Just another thing, in terms of defensive shape, we want to at least try and pretend we're blocking some passing lines. So, and obviously the closer you get to the player, the easier you'll block those passing lines, Tom. So if you close them down rather than running away, it'll close down more passing lines. But also, Ricardo, just check your shoulder and see, okay, is there someone making a run? Okay, maybe I drop a little bit more this way. So I can try to block this pass, but also if it goes to him, I can also then press and intercept and get in front. So we should be making sure we're scanning. Oftentimes, Ricardo, you find yourself not scanning, where we're just facing the ball, face the ball, face the ball, face the ball, and then you're just ball watching the ball. So ensure that, Colt, we don't want passes to go straight into the striker. That's the biggest threat. So can we make sure, whether it's Ricardo try to block a pass, then I try to block a pass. There's 3 midfielders in this situation, I believe, on November 13th. So we should be able to block a pass to the striker. But we actually at least have to make some type of effort to try to block that pass. So yeah, Cohen, if the ball's on one side, the striker should definitely be coming over blocking this. There's no point you being out here for no reason if we don't have possession. So that's just too easy an outlet, and now you're going to be doing doggies, and now you're running back and forth. So make your life easier by just positioning yourself correctly. Just another decision of, could Tom press on and then Cohen drop off here? Where now we're just allowing such easy outlet. So already Elijah should be coming over. Elijah should be coming over here for a switch. Corbin get in this pocket of space for the ball. And it's up to these guys to maybe rotate, switch. Maybe someone comes to receive. Maybe someone runs in behind. Or maybe this guy comes to receive. This one goes in behind. We need lots of movement off the ball. That's the main thing. Not liking that, Corbin. Too far out, bro. Can we combine? What I would love to see is a striker committing to a run. So Logan, either committing to running in behind, if not, commit to coming short, so then we can bounce out, pass, make forward runs, get it back. But even here, Corbin, you got space, bro. You should be driving it. Drive. Let them commit and then slip Logan or Angelo. If you got space, you have to drive. Drive the ball. That's silly. You may as well drive and then finish. So, good player, Corbin. These decisions today have been woeful. Also, no one's picking up the midfielder. Corbin, midfielder. It's the Corbin show today, dude. Look how much space he's in. You're allowing him to do the 1-2. He's also the biggest player on their team, so you got to pick him up because you're the biggest on our team. I can't do this internet, man. Alright, so this is the reason why the videos come out late, is because this happens where I try to watch it every 5 seconds, it stops and starts, and I physically can't watch it. It just freezes every second. And trust me, I've moved my modem literally next to my computer. The modem is a millimeter away from my computer, so I've plugged it in, I've got an Ethernet cable, I've done everything I can to try to fix this, and I'm now hotspotting from my phone. It's a little bit better at the moment. But yeah, jeez. So, the issue is, why do we leave people marked free? We have 3 people marking no one, and then we leave one person completely free by themselves. Absolutely stupid. So firstly, Ali, Elijah, push on the defender. Corbin, push on their midfielder. And Mackenzie. I have no idea how they've scored. They have 3 people here. Where's the rest of the team? I've got no idea. How did they score here? There's 3 of you. What are you doing? There's 3 of you, and you're barely even marking the guy that you're trying to mark. We've got Ali in the middle of nowhere. We've got Mackenzie and Elijah marking the ghost. And we've got that midfielder free by himself, the biggest guy there. It's poor. Silly. Corbin, the midfielder. You're a midfielder. You're not centre back. All right. But do we have any voice? Do we have any leadership ability about us? Tell Corbin, hey, dude, your midfielder's there. Go mark him. Keeper. Ali is holding your hand. Why? Push Ali to mark a shot. It starts from the bottom. Keeper, you demand the defenders what to do. Defenders, you demand what the midfielder should do. Midfielder, you demand the people in front of you. So silly. So even once you pass Logan, what I say about getting in line with the ball, come here. You could get that ball straight to your feet and go score. So make the run in line with the person who has the ball. Whoever has the ball, straight line to you. Alright? Straight line. Because They're pressing high. This pass, not effective. This pass may be kind of not really effective. But this pass is 10 times better than all of them. And cool. Angela has the ball. Striker, can you run down in line with the ball? Get the pass straight. Striker, can you get the ball straight? Whoever plays striker, whoever has the ball, make your run to get in line with the person with the ball. Okay? Because then you're on goal. There's no defender next to you. And then once Angelo passes here, the defenders follow. Angelo continues his run. 1-2. Now we get goals. What position are you, Corbin? These movements, we can score 1 billion goals by doing the right movements. Or by doing the movement that our game plan's around. Striker, get in line with the person with the ball. Straight line. Midfielder, be in the middle. Wingers, get wide. And movement. So straight away, make your run. Corbin, get up the field. Can you get this pass? So many opportunities. We have to move and demand the ball. We cannot hide behind 3 defenders, Logan. Mackenzie, even you could make this angle better, because if he tries to pass, it might hit his feet. Make the angle easy and demand the switch. Corbin, become the midfielder so we can switch through you. We think we're going to 1v1 the whole world. And if a teammate doesn't have an option, of course they're going to have to try to 1v1 the whole world. You guys you give him too much space. Oh, we already seen this part. Yeah, I rewound it, sorry. You're shooting from 10 million miles away, Corbin. Try your best to control these balls straight away. Where does this 17-year-old come from? So yeah, as mentioned, a little game plan change. We're gonna have the defenders up here from now on. We're gonna do this, alright? I think it will help you guys more. Well, it kind of worked. Corbin, get the ball from one side, switch out to the other. Do you see how all the defenders are on this side? Switch out. Mackenzie, demand the switch. Use your voice. Corbin, switch. Hey, next time switch it. You keep doing the same thing, switch. Yell at each other. Tell each other. You get it from one side, open up the other side. Angelo has to do that run, but you don't always have to give it. Skill-wise, this team right now
should be doing very well, our team. Skill-wise, you are all very skilled. This brain, please. Corbin, you're marking their striker. Always search for the ball. Search for it, Corbin. Can you get in the pocket of space and then turn face forward, play out? Anastasius, can you demand the ball? This Stasi might get intercepted because he might read it. He might go, okay, he's about to play an intercept. So make sure, cool. If you start seeing that, maybe make the angle easier. But I like it. Well done for demanding. We need more people like this saying, yes, give me the ball. Well done. Ali, man. Scream at Angela. Reset the ball. Tell him, reset it. Go out the other side. There's a billion defenders here. So I need my defenders to get involved. And then if this player gets the ball, Elijah, how can you support the pass? Yeah? Same goes for Corbin, etc. Bruh. Max, do you not want the ball, Max? I don't understand. You come and screen for it. Why would I pass to a guy that's marked when I can go up to the striker in a massive gap? I don't understand the decisions. But Max, want the ball. You guys must ask for it. Demand it. With some intensity. So the guy with the ball goes, yeah, he actually does want it. He's not just, standing there. Going to lose the ball straight away. So far, I love all of that. But it's just a control issue. Be able to control the ball and play for you. But I loved all of that. We played out correctly. See, the longer we take, the harder it is for us to play. So if we quickly play while he's unmarked, we're going to get more success. But if we take 10 years to do anything, we're going to put each other under pressure. Also, why in God's green earth, Corbin, are you hiding behind this defender? He physically cannot pass you, Corbin. Make the run forward, get it to your feet. Or it can at least bounce out. Or if you make this run, Corbin, he will probably follow you, which means Elijah wouldn't get marked. Make the movement. Max, maybe you can make this run here and say, hey, I'm here for you. Play us to my feet so I can cross it. We stand and watch. It makes me flipping crazy. We're playing sport, man. You're spectators on the field. So I don't get why, Ali, you don't come in and try to get it. Colbin, why don't you try and get it? I just don't understand why we brought both defenders over. Why don't we switch the ball? I don't get it. There's no one over here. Corbin, why didn't you scream for Ali? You don't even want the ball. Like, we've got two defenders in front of Elisha. We've got another defender here. We've got Corbin in a mile of space just watching. Ali doesn't want to switch. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, Elijah's not in the wrong for the pass. We want to play the striker. But the other people must try to want it. I don't get who you're marking, Corbin. All three of us, what are we doing? Ali, double up with the defender. Corbin, mark your player. That's it. Because Elijah's marking the midfield, it means the wing is free. Winger mark winger, Corbin mark your midfielder. He's 17 years old, that one. So make sure with these corners, these kicks, when you shoot, aim for the far post, and we should all be running to the far post. Well, not all of us, at least one, if not two, just to make sure. Because if he misses, it's going to go to your head. So stand behind, and make your run in towards the back. So if Corbin, if it's on target, it's a goal. If not, congrats, where did it go? Exactly where I thought. So, we shoot far post because the keeper has to mark near post. If Corbin mishits it, it's going to go to you. If he hits it perfectly, it's a goal. So that's why we say far post. Alright. Let's see the runs we make. Alright, we've got Stasis, we've got Angelo. We just stood there. So Stas, you were getting there, you run, and then you stop. Dart to the back post. Have trust that's where it's going. Yikes. The team we're versing isn't very strong. We're in the second division. All these mistakes, if you're in the top div, you get punished and punished and punished and punished. So you guys have to understand, we should be doing so much better in this league. So much better. And we're getting away with, like even this, where we make mistakes and they don't capitalise because they're also in the second div. We have to elevate ourselves, not rest, go, oh, we're doing okay. Got to be 10 times better. And to put a fire in you, there's second div Adelaide, then there's first div Adelaide, and then there's second div Sydney, then first div Sydney is another level, and then you go international, and then there's levels in that. We're base level. We got to get so much higher. So please understand, you need to be putting in lots of work and listening and learning and applying it ASAP. So at home, practice your technique. If your skills letting you down, you have to fix that ASAP. If your skills are good but this ain't working, well, that's the next level. And a lot of you need to learn from Angelo. Angelo's movement and skill and everything, he's a phenomenal player. Watch it. He passes, what does he do? He doesn't stop for a second. He makes that run, he gets it back. Perfect. If for all passes move, it'll be that consistently. Us shooting consistently. Where do you keep running off to, Corbin? I don't understand. Just watch yourselves and go, what am I doing? Why am I doing that? What was going through my mind at that point in time? And I'm not pausing it, it's just so you can live my life for a bit in terms of watching a video that pauses every 5 seconds. So if you wonder why the videos are late, it's because this is my life at the moment. Do you see how annoying this is? Do you feel my pain? It's been 3 seconds and it's paused. I conveniently paused the video for you over here so you don't have to sit through this pain. But these are why the videos aren't coming out. Because of this. Alright, I'll pause. It's even here. I have zero idea why no one just says, reset the ball, dude. Turn, reset. Corbin, Elijah, we're ball watching. We give no information. None of us saying, hey, look, dude, there's about 4 people in front of you. You ain't going forward there. Reset so you can open back out, and we can play back through. Or reset. Now, Corbin gets it. He can dribble. Defenders go to the person that dribbles, and then we play around them. This ain't happening. Can you tell him to reset without talking and communicating and moving and everything, the basics of football, the essence of football? You cannot play football. You must do the work. You must put in the effort. You must turn the brain on. Use your voice. Use your body. Like in no world we should lose the ball there. It's just, I can't go forward. I probably can't go sideways either because I'm the winger and he's marked. Let me fake the pass forward, step on the ball, turn, play back, open back out, and reset. We can't 1v1 the whole world, but also, if you don't tell Anastasios what to do, what do you expect from him? You guys are technically quite strong. Well, at least some of you. Some of you need to work on your skills, 100%. And you know who you are. Your first touch, your dribbling, your basic core skills, you need to do that extra at home to catch up. And you know who you are. For the ones that are skilled, but this doesn't work, fix this now with the videos, please. I can give you the information, but it's up to you to study it and then apply it. Porco Due should have got many goals. Let's remember, it's totally fine to come use the defender because he can whip it in much easier on goal, towards goal, where we're crossing away from goal. So okay, to play to Ali, who can whip it in back post. And if it does go to Ali or anyone, whenever someone's shooting or crossing, know they're aiming for back post, so make your back post run. No questions asked. It's Culp, someone's shooting or crossing, we all know they're aiming back post, and we must all run to back post for the tap in. Or it comes off the keeper and we can tap it in. We're having the chances, man. And this is even while playing badly. Like, we're playing badly. There's so many mistakes we're making. But we're still having the chances. So, trust me, we can become such a good team. But you must watch these videos, learn from it, and then apply them. And have your brain switched on while you play. So, yeah, you should be using your pass. Not trying to 1-2 with your own pass, Corbin. Pass it, run, get it back. This ain't 1v1 central, man. Remember, the midfielder should always be moving and supporting to switch out, getting in pockets of space. Corbin. I guess you could try to bounce out this way, but preferably drop off here to receive this pass. Because if you come out here, Corbin, he's either going to leave you, so you're free, or he's going to come with you. If he comes with you, what's free? Congrats, the striker is now free. Don't huddle the ball. Stay in your area so we can move the ball. Alright. So, get away to get it to your feet. If he follows, congrats. Striker gets it. If striker gets it, make your runs. It's simple. Open up wide, Angelo. So, Logan, once your teammate's got it, bro, see you later, and don't go towards him, Logan. Go in behind the defenders. Got to get away from the person. Because this pass ain't going to do nothing. Because Corbin can dribble that. So run in behind, Logan. Can you get the pass? Probably not, but if you run there, Logan, Angelo will become free because the defenders go towards you. And now, Logan, you're blocking the pass to Angelo, Logan. Do you see what you're doing? Get away, Logan. Run away. Get out of here. These decisions is what lets us down. This should be another goal. If it happens to go, awesome, but doesn't look like it. These decisions are letting us down. Out of here, Logan, because cool, you can get the pass. Otherwise, this opens up. But you're blocking Angelo and you're blocking Corbin's dribble. You're just blocking the whole team, Logan. So these decisions is what needs to be better. Skills is one part of the game. That's level 1. If you don't have skills, you can't control and pass the ball. You can't play football. Then, okay, who's faster and fitter and bigger and better? Then it's this. Alright, so for me, first and foremost, can our furthest winger hang back here? Can our defenders look to get a short corner? And can the rest do whatever in terms of running into the box? We want crosses hard and low, preferably. If that's not an option, can we do the short corner? But where's our defender coming for the short corner? A million crosses always go over. So can our furthest winger stay over? Alright. Well done for pressing Mackenzie, but obviously try to keep it in play. Otherwise, we have to redo the whole thing. So do your best to keep possession rather than kicking it out. Just notice, what are you marking, Corbin? Once again, these are technical issues. Our shots have been a bit woeful. Dear me. So it looks like, Angela, you're hiding behind. Provide a passing option. Defeat. Logan, come and receive the ball, bro. If you find yourself behind a defender, how on earth are you helping? So, Angelo, you know I love you, but you're hiding. Come receive. Logan, straight line. I say this every time. The striker, I want a straight line up the field to you. Because if you get it, Logan, and you actually desire it, you can bounce out to Angelo. Corbin can make a forward run. You can bounce to Corbin. Hiding behind a defender does nothing, and it makes us lose the ball all the time. We switch off. As soon as we don't have the ball, we just stand and wait and we switch off. I'm telling you, you guys have to switch on ASAP if you want to be a proper footballer. Because this is second div, like I said, then there's first div, and then there's interstate, which is a whole different ball game. Then there's international, whole different ball game. There's many levels that you guys need to evolve quickly. And if you don't have a fire in your belly yet, if I haven't done that yet, I've done a disservice to you. I have to try to highlight how far away we are at the moment. So don't think, it's 1-0, blah, 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 not that big of a deal. Miles away. We're miles away. I'm sorry to say, we're miles away. Miles. And it starts with off-the-ball movement. That will change everything. Our off-the-ball movement is then, okay, now we can actually play football. Now actually starting to combine. Now we're looking like an actual football team. Like, Logan, do you want the ball? Angelo, maybe fake coming, then run in behind. Corbin, where do you want it? Maybe run in behind this way to get it ball. And then come back out, because really Logan should be getting it here. Or push this guy off, drop off. Biggest foul throw of my life. But Ali cannot throw it to you if you're so close to the ball. He physically cannot throw you the ball if you're this close. So, bop and bop. Push and receive. Push this guy off, Logan, and come and receive. You all have to do the same. You all have to do different movements at the same time, so then Ali's got multiple choices and defenders do not know what to do. You guys need to wake up. This ain't just under 12s. This is all of us. All of our players, all of our teams. And I roast the under 8s just like I roast you guys, because you should have been getting roasted from the under 8 level, so you wouldn't have this lazy off the ball movement like you do at the moment. drop off here, Max. Corbin, come a little bit away. So, this is what we say about say the name as you pass. But firstly, Logan, why aren't you interested in wanting the ball? I don't understand. Sometimes you just not interested in football. Your skills and your speed, your ability is so good. Be more interested, please. So every ball you should want, all of us, every person should want the ball. Because don't you want to score? Don't you want to improve? The more time the ball's at your feet, the more you improve. You should all want the ball. And like I said, if we attack poorly, they're going to get goals. It's not just about defending poorly. That's a great pass, Max. But just remember, you're playing defender. You're getting caught too high. So Max, man, your defender, drop off. You look like a midfielder at the moment, Max. And come here next time, Ali, just because we're changing things up. But well done, Ali. Where's our midfielder? I'm gonna cry. Max, become the defender where you should be. Corbin, this massive hole where in the middle of the pitch, that's why I call it midfield. Go in the middle of the field as a midfielder. Corbin, I love you, but you're annoying me. Defender, midfield. Max, watch the ball in the game. That is a genius ball. That's Kevin De Bruyne over there. Corbin De Bruyne. Kevin Corbin. Corbin De Bruyne. That's a banger right there. Just make sure, if someone is shooting, we have to really make sure. Logan, can you run up? Can you run back post? Can we follow these shots up? So don't stop and think it's game over. He might touch it out to you. So Logan, Stas, tap it in. Some of you guys don't understand how much your brain needs to be engaged to be a high-level footballer. Like, at every second, you should be evaluating, okay, where's the ball? Where's the opponent? Okay, the defender looks like he's about to play there, so where should I position myself if it does go there? And if that player has it, he's probably looking to bounce the ball back because we have a defender there, so then where should I position myself for that? Like, every second, that's how your brain has to be ticking. A lot of you just go, ball. I'm bored, no ball near me. Defender, oh, I forgot, he scored. Oh, I forgot to mark him. Next time. Surely I will. So remember, change your plans. Ali, we're going to put you there now, and defender put you there. So the cross section of the front of the box instead of the back of the box. Just a little change. So one thing with runs, like, you have to commit to whatever decision you think you want to do. So if you want to commit to getting it to your feet, sprint there. If you're going to commit and want to go get the ball forward, commit to it. You have to just go. If you make the run and show your teammate that's where you're going, sprint and go. You have to. It's one or the other. If they don't pass to you, well, sprint back. If they do, well, you're on goal. Logan, in line with the ball, in a pocket of space. All right. If you're here, this will get intercepted. Get in line with the ball. And once you get it, you can then bounce out. Corbin will make his run. Angelo will make his run. I need my striker always looking to get the ball off whoever has it, preferably in line. If the winger has it, get in line with the winger. If the defender has it, get in line with the defender. A straight line. You guys never want the ball. You're making yourself have to run a mile, Logan. Start here, and then it's easy to chase this guy. We're a million miles away, Logan. You have to run half a century to get there. You should be dominating this team, honestly, guys. This ain't exactly world-class football. Do you see what Angelo does? He passes, and he makes his forward run. Preferably, Angelo, don't run next to the player, run away from the player. And then a defender who's demanding the reset. You might not get it, but at least demand it so Corbin knows, okay, I can turn and reset it. Don't mind that at all. If you're there, have it. Totally fine. Not a problem. Once again, you're 1,000 miles away, Logan. 1,000 miles. Go, Logan, go. Really should be dominating this team. But we're silly. We make bad choices. Our off the ball movement is non-existent. Our desire to have the ball, non-existent. Our brain activity, next to non-existent. I like that, Max. Good thinking. I like it a lot. This is why I say about trying to make the pass line as easy as possible. Do you see how, even though it's pretty clear, you still didn't get it? That's why we say make it as clear as possible. Then get away from the opponent as much as we can, Stas. Because none of us are perfect with our passes. We want to try to make it as easy as possible for our teammates and for ourselves, because if we're far away from defenders, then we get more time to control the ball. Oh. That's better, Max. Better positioning. Like, that's class, Max. Class. Me like you. I think you're better suited to this position, Max, but just make sure you mark your player properly. Class. Stats need you wider, or at least higher. So do you see how now Stats, I cannot give you the ball, it's blocked, but I could maybe if you were out here. And Logan, demand this pass through. We should be playing through these guys when possible. Well done, Logan. You actually went there. Good. Try to move the ball a bit quicker, but well done, Max. So we actually moved to the spots. Stas and Logan, well done. You did it well. We need to do that always and quicker. Me like you. I think it's about to be the end of the game. Trying to time waste that here, Corbin. Alright, a little bit of, it may have skipped a bit. It's a new day, had to go halfway through the last video, last clip. This is something to be aware of as well, in just regards to these short corners. So we've got about 4 people marking 2 of those people. One of these guys should recognise that and go, okay, we've got 4 people marking 2 of them. Can one go assist the 2v1 at the moment? So rather than just having one go press, he's never going to win it. Have the extra player go commit as well. So make it a 2v2. Rather than having 4 people mark the same 2 people plus the keeper. Alright, so something to consider is, as soon as we recognise they're doing a short corner, cool, can you maybe go out and close at speed? And whenever blocking shots, the closer you are to the ball, the more effective you'll be. If you jump away or hold off and try to be a goalkeeper or whatever, it's not going to work. Same with goalkeepers. If it's a 1v0, the keeper has to close down the angles. Same with this. So if someone's about to shoot, I think it's sock here, rather than trying to drop off and block the shot or dodge the shot here. So close down that as quickly as possible. Try to force that player to go backwards. You don't want to allow these shots, especially trying to jump out of the way of shot or trying to jump into the shot. Go towards, because then the angles, just mathematically, it's going to have to hit your body. But the further you away, the more angles you allow. So that, once again, shouldn't be a goal. So here we have to recognize this way quicker. There's 4 marking 2 players. Can one of us have some leadership and communication and tell the closest player to press on and push on? And here we have to press hard and fast here, rather than jockeying. We're too far away with the jockey. And that goal probably went through because Strats didn't see anything because there was 4 of our teammates blocking the vision. So can we go towards that ball, block the shot? Otherwise it's too easy. So, a learning point. To block a shot or close down a shot, go towards them, don't drop away. Here, not what's meant to happen. So, we're blocking each other's passing options. Can we be attacking? Can we make the forward run, Ricardo? Because what happens is either you're on or you drag this player with you, Ricardo. Congrats. Now, center can get in the pocket of space and go forward. This is what I get mad about with the off the ball movement. If you just plod around, it's so easy for the defenders. Make the attacking runs. Attacking runs, either you will become free or you're going to draw players away. Alright? For example, if you make this run, cool, you're going to probably draw this player with you. This guy's going to probably try to press in a way to block the pass. So then Sock can maybe fake the pass and drive inside the pitch. And then maybe find the center, find the striker. And after we pass, can we continue our run? So our movement is what's killed us so far. Here, plodding along, Ricardo, you're the closest player to the ball, but you haven't visually showed where you want the ball. You haven't verbally told anyone where you want the ball, and you haven't actually moved anywhere. So, Colt, player gets the ball. Firstly, we haven't even offed up from Ashwin. Here, can you receive on the half turn, Ricardo? So, off the ball movement and actually presenting is what I get mad about with all our teams. We don't actually want the ball. We don't make movements to get on the ball. We plod around and hopefully something happens. And here, if you got the pass here, within a second you're closed down. So push this guy off and then come to receive. But here, instead of blocking center, like I said, bup, make the run, receive. Okay. So center's at least made a run here. And so, once again, Ricardo, I'm picking on you for no real reason. It's just, honestly, you're the one in frame. And you're not doing the right thing. So, here, is this pass ever happening, Ricardo? Or could you either make this run to receive in front of the defender, or could you make this run to receive behind the defender? So, these are the things. So you've got great skills, Ricardo, but if you don't have the ball, then you're not going to be able to show your skills, are you? Okay, so this is a perfect example about making runs. So look where center is. Center's marked. Okay, he can't get the ball. Cool. He makes his run. Where does the white player go? He runs up with him. And now there is the pocket of space for Ricardo to go into, which is what the opposite effect was before. And guys, we did this at training. It was the closest midfielder run high, up down the line, the other midfielder come over. So, in terms of game plan, you guys just didn't do it. So, there's only so much we can do as coaches. So, this is the opposite. So, center, what we just watched, center did make the run, and it did open it up for Ricardo to get it. And so, let's watch this. Sorry to harp on this point, but this is what lost us the game. Essentially, we could never go through the midfield, so we just kept bombing it everywhere. So here, no movement was made, so Ricardo's blocking Senna's run. And there's no movement down the line, so there's no threat going forward. These guys are thinking, cool, let's just sit here, nothing's happening. So watch Senna. Senna does make the run, probably full no, with in best intentions, but probably never going to happen, that pass. But it does still leave the pocket of space. So when you make runs, it's not about you always getting the ball, it's about your other teammate being able to get onto the ball. So as a midfielder here, as mentioned, cool, Senna made the run, which over here Ricardo should have done, and then come inside. So to not harp on that point too much, but I'm sure we do this for the entire game. So that should have been a goal. So as I said to my young kids, if you attack poorly, you will lose goals. It's not just when you defend poorly. We can only defend for so long. If we keep attacking poorly, we lose the ball, it's a counter-attack, it's game over. And another thing is, because Ricardo didn't come over, he's now useless defensively. So, Senna makes his run, Ricardo should push over, we lose possession, and Paul Uzzell, the goal coach that does this, he said exactly this one thing. He said, we don't want our midfielder staying wide. We want, if the ball's on this side, the closest midfielder push on, the other one tuck over. For this exact reason, he showed you on the whiteboard, we went through this multiple times, we wanted this exact reason. For the transition, the other midfielders should be over. Alright. So although the tournament's over, hopefully you guys are actually watching this and learning from it. Because these are positional things. It's decision making. It's having the football brain, because skills only take you so far. It's what you do off the ball, and it's the decisions you make on the ball too. So once again, not presenting at all. So we see Senna actually making movements, which is good. It's not bad at all. But once again, in terms of basic things we teach at under 8 level, bare minimum we want the fork. So straight, left, right. We need basics of that, because it's very hard to defend all of it at once. So these guys are smart players, and they read the only option. Senna's making his run. So both these guys pinch in, which is great, because then it should be able to provide at least this option to Sock. And then Ricardo, if he makes some effort to receive and on the half turn, he can receive the ball. Okay, but as we see, Senna makes his run, which is great. Forward runs ruin the defense's positioning. He makes his run. He reads it, so he leaves Ricardo. Ricardo's trying to lead the team in terms of telling where people to go, but Ricardo, just be an option yourself. But I like the leadership. And then we get caught on the break. And also, I believe Tom was the right midfielder. Senna was the middle centre midfielder. So as we mentioned, because we don't want to get beat on the break, okay, Ricardo's meant to make the run wide. Tom, the furthest one, tucks over. Senna also tucks over. Here, Senna made the run, but still Tommy should be tucked over as well, because the fullback is the one that's meant to be doing this, the overlap. So here, both Tom and I believe it's Cohen or Tim. Yeah, I think that's Tim playing right back.
It's hard to see. I personally would have had Tom striker, Colin right back, Tim right mid, but I'm sure they know where they want to play. Far out. That's poor. It was windy, but boys, basic level is, can we make sure that we provide some type can we make sure that we overhit the pass rather than underhit it? But even here, there is still potential to cope. This might be one option, but surely someone can provide this option in here. Surely. But it involves some demanding of the ball and some movement. And Tom, wakey, so Tim, fullbacks are doing doggy runs up and back, fair enough, that's fine that you haven't made it back. But with anything, if your fullback overlaps, oftentimes the midfielder has to drop in for him. And so Tom, ball watching, and Colt, and now he's had a shot. So it's this. It's not how good your skills are. You should have skills. You should have the ability to pass that ball and control the ball. But half you guys are falling asleep during the game, and and a lot of you just have no effort to make a movement. Even here, in terms of defensively, Paul might have said something differently, but surely the right midfielder pushes on, and so our fullback doesn't get completely drawn out of position, and then the other two slide across. So the right midfielder should be pushing on, the other midfielder slide across, so then there's not a massive hole where the fullback should be. So once again, it's communication, because at the moment defensively we're kind of in no man's land. Centre's okay, but really Tom push on, Tim be in the right back position, and centre and Ricardo slide over. Surely. So this is all your brain, your football knowledge. Because now there's a massive hole where the right back should be, where really, and then there's centre and Ricardo really doing nothing. If you're doing nothing in a game, you shouldn't be cool. I'm having a break, having a breather, having a holiday. It's something's missing. How can we resolve so I have a job? Because if you're doing nothing, we may as well have a red card and be one man down. If you're doing nothing for the team. But that's just it, yeah. I won't say anything about that.
Well done, centre. It's his job. So as a 6 or a centre mid, your job is to block passing ones into the striker. Well done, centre. He's done well. But bad habit of you, centre, is just pass and watch. Pass. Doesn't mean you have to get it. After you pass, make the run to get it back. And then Ricardo, once you pass, make a forward run. Because then it's probably going to go to Cohen and back out to you. So this is why I said originally, pass, move, combine. But you guys need to get in the habit of passing and moving. At speed, not lethargically. Otherwise, it's a dribble fest and hopefully some guy dribbles the whole team and scores. So once again, Ricardo, you should be making some type of movement to get on the ball at all times. That's fine, sock. And here, it might work, but we're all committing to the same movement, where there's no one providing some type of link to then play through. You've all committed. It's cool if it works, but provide multiple different options, not everyone make the same run. Because as soon as, for example, if Ashwin makes a crap ball and it goes straight to this guy's feet, then there's no one here to defend as well. So we both, Centre and Tom, have committed to doing the same exact run. So, if it goes out to the winger, preferably fullback at speed, close it down, and try to block that shot. Block the cross. Crosses are dangerous, just like today with bloody France and Australia. Really try to close down the angle. Same with blocking a shot, it's the same concept with blocking the cross. Close down the space. See, if we have to resort to just... Well, here I don't mind it because it's on the ground, you're trying to find the striker's feet. But it's just the fact that there's just such little movement from the midfield. And also, kind of useless runs from attacking players.
So the reason I rewind this a million times is that there's always a reason that we're outnumbered. And so we want to try to figure out why that happened. One instance might be because Tim and Tom are both trying to occupy this runner rather than Cool. Maybe rewind a bit further. From here, Cool sock commits, that's fine. And then in here, this is a threat for Ricardo to probably press, but maybe Senna pushes on for extra cover, and then Tom occupies the player that Senna has, and then Tim is still occupying this guy out here, which is fine. So we're a little bit outnumbered here, probably because we're over-defending somewhere that's not a threat, or as much as a threat. Just something to consider. So there's always a reason for why things happen. Why are we outnumbered? Why is something going wrong here? Alright, so Senna has the ball. Looks like there's a pretty clean passage here. There's not much of a passage that way. So why are we both here? Chris, why can't you make a run into a passing line rather than trying to hide behind the defender? We have to make movements at speed to get on the ball. Otherwise, why are you on the field, guys? Walking and plodding around, is that easy for a defender? Probably. It ends up going to where the passing line was in the first place, Chris. So here, that ain't a passing line. This is a clear passing line. And that's better because we're going vertically straight to the goal. So that would be the most preferred. But someone's got to come, receive, and call. Either receive in a way you can face forward. If not, once you play forward, we pass forward. Once you pass forward, we run forward. Or if Senna passes, Ricardo can make a third man run, or Sox already makes his run. We have to provide the person with the ball a passing option. We're both just plodding along a defender. At this point, it's nothing to do with skill. Of course, some of our touches are crap, but if there's no passing option, how are you meant to play football? This is why I say off the ball movement. You guys walk around and expect balls to come to you. Even some of you stronger technical players. Looking at you, Ricardo. You're off the ball movement, in this game at least. It's not great. And I'm picking on you because your skills are very good, but can only get you so far. Like, even that, man. If there's a throw-in, everyone's walking, no one's made any effort. Just watch yourselves, guys, and just see yourselves just plodding along with no brain activity working and
not knowing, okay, when you got to switch on and sprint at speed to be an option, or sprint at speed to win a 50-50. We're kind of either just plodding along, jogging along, and just going for a morning stroll. It's not going to get you very far. And if you're tired, just sub off. We've got plenty of people. Alright, so this situation, don't care how good you think you are, it's a 5v1. At that point in time, you must reset. It's just not going to happen. It's good to get the corner out though. But just, wait, no corner? There you go. If there's no assistance, you got to turn, you got to reset it, hold it up, and then wait for a player to run and support you to bounce to. After you bounce, make the run again. But you can't just dribble at 5 people and hope that you're going to win. Not a long-term strategy. Not a bad piece of play. And it gets a decent opportunity. So that is class. That should be the combination play. Great support centre. That, best piece of play so far. Bounce, forward run, combine. Okay, now get a chance. Running at 5 defenders, not a chance.
So that was just letting your player go and Luca put your body behind it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Use your head to hop along to lead 'em. Just dink with your head. See where your teammate is. Get it to your team as quickly as you can. Jesus Christ. I don't mind it, Chris. Well done. In terms of defending Tom, I've told you a billion times, get your body across their body. Don't just stick your furthest foot or just don't stick a toe in front of them. Get your body across their body. Otherwise, it's going to happen every game, especially as you get older into NPL. You've got to use your body. Otherwise, you're pretending to defend. You guys like politely, can I try to win the ball? Bro, go through them. Put your arm across their body. Put your shoulder into them. Seeing this, we just give them so much outlet. Like, we got Senna and Liam not picking anyone up and then just leaving an easy outlet. You just make it too easy for them. Push your player on. Senna, tell them to push up. Like, Chris, as a striker, man, you're never getting the ball here, man. If a winger has the ball, can you make that run down that? Can you make that run here? Bare minimum, if you don't get it, you've probably drawn out one of these defenders. So there's not 3 here. Like, standing still literally does nothing. You should be searching for the ball. Make the run. Standing is not searching for a ball. Commit to the run. You may get it down the line. And once you've got it, this guy's probably making a forward run. Congrats, you bounced in. Liam's on. Anyone's on. Standing still. You have to make it confusing for the defenders. You have to make them hesitate. Like, do I go? Do I not? Strikers should not just be standing in the middle of the 2 centre-backs. Make runs down the line if you need. Come short if you need. Run in behind them. You have to make them question themselves. Eventually, mistakes happen and you get the goal. Not every time it's going to work, but you have to still do it. It's poor. So I like the effort here, Liam, but it's not your job anyway, but it just leaves you exposed. Pressing the centre-backs is mostly too hard. It's not going to work. Press the full-back, yeah, sure. Pressing the back 2 centre-backs, they either switch it, they go full-back, they turn and go to the keeper. You're running for days. It's a good work rate, though. So here, one should commit to go. And so this is what I mean by pretending to defend. Either just don't go at all, Chris, because you may as well not, or actually defend and press your player properly. It's not just you, Chris. A lot of us, we just like pretend to defend. Like, we don't really mark, but if he gets it, I'm going to pretend I'm going to jog over as if I am defending. Either do it or don't do it. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. If you're 10 metres away, you may have not run in the first place. But obviously, actually just do your job and mark a player. Fuck off. So here, for example, just again, Chris, you should be searching for the ball, demanding the ball, movement to get onto the ball. Also, even as a fullback, man, yeah, make that move, but then quickly check off and come short. And that will then maybe allow the winger to actually, or the midfielder to get high. So we have a short option and a high option, plus one of these midfielders providing some type of option to play through. And of course the striker, as I mentioned, try to find the pass lines at all times, striker. All of us need to be searching for the ball. Oftentimes, we're all walking and watching and saying, hey, look, you should pass to that guy. I don't want the ball. No, you go there. But all of you make an option. The person with the ball makes the choice. We all walk and telling the guy where to pass the ball. Make an option. He will find the best option. But you have to provide as many options for the person with the ball. We all walk and walk and walk. One person makes a bit of a movement. Oh, congrats. That's the one that gets the ball. It's so static, man. Get into passing lines. Somewhere the ball can travel from the person to you. Ashwin's thinking, who the hell am I meant to be passing to? He does great work with the switch and everything. Even that movement from Ashwin is class. He passes and drops off to provide another passing option. The rest of us are sitting and waddling around. Fucking listen to that. Bro. Oh, for Christ's sake, mate. Alright, so in just terms of pressing a defender, either press hard and fast or just don't press and hold off. Otherwise, once again, you're pointless. There's no reason for getting drawn out of position. Either press hard and fast or don't. So even here, cool. So we trapped them on one side. Chris, you can't let them escape, man. If we press and trap them on one side, we must do it with some effort. Otherwise, none of us we have no game plan otherwise. We're just chasing randomly. We've got them on one side. If we trap them on one side, they can't break out and we win the ball. It's like our brains aren't working. We don't know how to play football. It's very important you understand these principles and learn them quickly. Under 14, under 16 level. But also, if someone's not doing it, communicate it. We have to trap the ball. Otherwise, as soon as they have one outlet, it relieves the pressure and they'll get back to their game plan. So now it's fine. Now they broke out. Cool, they switched. Now we're back to square one. Once it's trapped on one side, especially at a fullback, that's when we press hard and fast and don't let them come out. Of course, they can always go back to the goalkeeper, but then we push up high as well. The reason why we aren't getting results is because none of us are doing our jobs as a team. It's as bad as this internet right now. So do you see how this running Chris has achieved nothing? Because now they've just gone through their defensive midfielder. So preferably, depending on what our three midfielders are doing, because we have no attacking midfielder, can you, Chris, make sure that you don't let passes go into this guy? Let them go to the fullback. Because we can trap it at the fullback. We can't trap it when it's here. So it's very. This is why I say this is the most important. Don't care how good your technique is. It's this. Without this, you cannot play football at a high level. It's flipping internet, bro. What can I do? How'd that go there? What are you guys jumping away from the wall, bro? Take it to your body. Nah, I can't do it. Internet's too bad. So, preferably fullback wise. Preferably drop off. Not that far. Here. So then either this guy blocks apart. Let me explain better. If we all make the attacking run, as seen, this guy picks off both you Sock and you Liam. So, like I've mentioned before, we need as many different types of options as possible. So here, Ashton's getting pressed, so he has to release. Sock, can you come drop off? Yeah, Liam, I don't mind that run at all. Tim, can you come present? And then what will happen? Sock, if you drop off, either you can get the ball, and then you can play forward Sock. Or he might come towards you, which then allows that pass into Liam. So that is the idea. Provide different options rather than cool, we've all made the run, which also made Liam think, oh, it's going to go to Sock, so I'm not going to control it. It confuses each other. It also limits the passing options. Provide different and as many different options as humanly possible. Get that touch right, bounce the feet. So these little things change whether we keep possession and become a threat, or we lose possession and we're running around and we lose morale, we lose confidence, and we lose, effort and desire that we can win. Once again, Chris, pick up their attacking midfielder. Because we don't have an attacking midfielder, we just have more because we wanted to change that we didn't like that original plan. Well, then you have to drop in and mark that guy. My idea originally, cool, striker press on, attacking midfield, defensive midfielder, and we have our winger and we all clinch in. You guys said you didn't have enough depth in the midfield. Okay, we give you depth, so we have to now adjust that. So now striker must come inside to make sure that we are defending in a low block rather than just getting picked out through the middle. So these guys aren't threats. Chris, this is your man here. Because we don't have the players to press. And we aren't pressing anyway. It's either we all press or we all sit off. We can't do kind of half both. It doesn't work. It's either all or nothing. But it's up to you guys as a team to communicate that. Hey, look, Chris, come in. Or, hey, look, Chris, let's go. We're all going. We're all going to go press. We're going to trap it. It's going to the fullback. Can we trap it? This isn't, rocket science. In any 11-a-side team, pretty much everyone traps the fullback. It shouldn't be exactly abnormal thing to know. Good, so rather than pressing, pick up this player. They're defensive midfielder. Normally attacking midfielder marks the defensive midfielder, but we have no attacking midfielder, so striker come mark him. Because they're all sitting off. Good. Arthur's actually done very well there. It's not bad effort at all. What do we say about low and hard crosses, man?
Slap it low, hard. It's going to go to this guy's feet. It could go bounce through everyone to the back post. It could be an own goal. These high crosses, who are you going to get it right on someone's head? Even still, none of you guys can head a ball properly. If it does, it's probably luck. Feet. We practice with our feet every day. We barely practice with our head. So these little things, man, changes everything. It goes from being 1-0 up or having an extra goal or not. These are all decisions, split decisions that we have to make better. Just a silly mistake. But in saying that, if we were showing strats that we could play out from the back, he wouldn't make that. If from the start of the game we played out from the back, all the midfielders were presenting, striker was presenting, fullback was presenting, then strats wouldn't think, I have to bomb this ball, and that goal wouldn't happen. So even here, I would love to see, at this angle it's probably not working, but if the winger has it here, could a striker make that run in line with this player here? So we can play down the line to the striker, then these guys can make the runs in, and we're on goal. I hate seeing my striker standing in the middle of the pitch and not moving. It kills it for everyone. All of us need to be moving at speed to create passing options. So it's whoever's striker, don't just think you stand in the middle of the park and not do anything else. Can you make the runs and demand it, scream at him to pass you? I'm not saying he had to play it to you and the striker was in the wrong, but I see oftentimes our strikers don't move. We're just lacking options. And that's an individual case of not scanning one side. So being able to check your shoulder and being able to, instead of turning in this side, you could see, okay, all three have committed. Fake going this way, turn out, and you'd actually be going well. So that's a high level thing, but it could be something. So cool, scan. At the moment, haven't scanned. So you got no idea who's there. So individual thing. Cool, scan. As it comes, scan to your left. Okay, there's people here. Maybe you have to turn out the other way. Obviously, that's super hard to know, but it's something for you to realize, okay, could I then add that to my game or try to practice that part of my game? That's best piece of football so far. What do I say about low and hard crosses? It's good though. So this is all the right idea. Cool. This guy got drawn out. We played around that. That's so far perfect. It's just obviously first touch kind of let us down there. But that's the idea. Play around it. First touch forward. Then can we play to our striker? Can we play down the wing? But Tom, actually want the ball, man. Make some movement while walking all the time. It's too passive, man. It's totally fine for strikers to make this run. So as I was saying, if the winger's got it here, or if a player's got it here, it's totally fine for a striker to make this run down the line to pick it up here. It's totally fine. We don't have to just stand in the middle of the goal as a striker and wait for it. So cool, can anyone come pick it up here maybe? Can anyone make a run down this way? Maybe you can run in behind. Maybe you can come short. We need to make some movement. If we just stand still, it's too easy. So here, man, that's what I'm saying. You have to be screaming for that pass, Tom. Like, you must show the player that you want the ball. Whether you're demanding so you can receive on the half turn, that should be on goal, or actually coming to receive in the pocket of space, then looking to bounce or turn. But you're not showing the player that you want the ball. You got to show the player. It sparks them, because this guy's thinking, there's 3 people around me. I'm just going to pass to what I can see. If this should be a very direct pass straight to the striker, turn and goal. But you're not showing you're ever interested with the ball, Tom. Something for you to work on. You're not showing interest. Make movements, demand it, point with your arms. Where do you want it? It's the difference between us conceding and us scoring. Because honestly, that one little moment, getting it here on the half turn, you're on goal. There's no one blocking you. So one decision of where this pass goes determines if we get a goal or they get a goal. It's off the ball movement. So even, for example, here, it's not the fact that you should get it, but it's the fact that you should try. So here, well done, at least my man here is making that run. But Tom, you're more than welcome to also make the run and scream for the ball. Say, turn right, down the line, give information to each other. Turn right, play down the line, blah, 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 blah. I'm here, blah, blah. And so we can try to receive out. This guy's actually made a good run. Cool, can you tell him turn right or play down the line, first time, something. Give information. Because he turned left where he shouldn't have. If you give information, hey, look, turn right, things might end up better. And as a side note, Liam, as a corner, we don't want to turn back into the danger. If it's a corner, where do you think all the opposition players are? We want to get the ball away from our goals, away from danger, turn on the outside. But it's up to you guys to scream at Liam or whoever it is. So even here, Tom, you're half hiding behind it, man. You create the option. You get in a passing line, Tom. If it goes to Ricardo, it goes to Ricardo. But we keep trying to tell each other what to do. Just provide as many options as possible. And then it's up to the person to make the right choice. So Ricardo should be saying, yes, pass to me. Tom, you should be moving and say, pass to me. And then it's up to him who he passes to. Otherwise, we only have one passing option. And it's up to this guy to say, yes, pass to me. This guy will work out what's best. It's up to him. But here, you're not an option. Yes, I get it. It might be able to bounce out and play to you. And honestly, that pass is probably going to get cut off anyway. If it doesn't, that's fine. But it's our off-the-ball movement. It's non-existent. And it's going to be next to impossible to break into any first teams with this type of movement. So as a first team coach, I see this, I say, what the flip are you guys doing? And the coach says, and then the feedback you get, you need more experience. Try again next year. I'm trying to give you the information that will get you the results. Far out. Like, the tournament's already over, but you guys should listen to this video and watch it. I know some of you go, tournament's over, I'm not going to watch the video analysis. This is for your individual development, not about the team. This is what you guys should be doing wherever you play, whether it's a club, another academy. It doesn't matter, but this is some things that you guys should be doing universally. It's up to you to take on the advice. See this pass straight to the striker? This is what I'm saying about the defender, the midfielder. Can we find the striker's feet? This is what I said earlier when Tim had the ball here. Tim had it here, and he played out to whoever. Tom, you should be demanding this pass straight through the guts to you as a striker. The striker, you should be always getting the ball, not waiting for someone to pass your feet. So bloody Strats played it straight through the guts to the striker, and it worked. That's what I was saying to Tim. Play it through to Tom if it's possible. But if you're not moving for the ball, Tom, you're not going to get it. Strats gave it to you, but you can't rely on it. You have to be demanding it, moving it, trying to get on the ball. This is all for your own good, for whoever I'm talking to. These little decisions, takes one pass to get a goal. It's about making that right decision. Even here. So you're going to work less and your life will be easy if you just make the original sprint better. So here, we're jogging, plodding along, and now I've got to press really, really hard and chase all the way. It's harder work, and it's next to useless. Rather, cool, if you're going to press, force them to go forward so they got no choice, and then you don't need to keep running back and forth. When we press, force them one way. That's what we teach since under 10s. Because either we press hard and fast or you don't press.
make sure if you're going to turn with your body between the ball. Don't turn and show the defender the ball. You have to cut that out of your game. It's never going to work. It's minor adjustments that changes your game to a whole new level. It goes from getting 5 goals a season to 30, 40. So that is great anticipation, well read. Which is why as you get older and higher level, you're gonna have to stop telegraphing where you're passing. You have to quickly be able to fake the passing. The crap, he's about to read that. Let me go somewhere else. And which is why also we need as many different options as possible. So even here, maybe just drop off a couple more meters, just to make him feel a bit more comfortable passing here without trying to get it cut off straight away. So that's why all of us need to always want to try to ask for the ball. And of course, you got to meet it too. Got to meet the ball. But to be fair, great work rate by him, great change of speed. He's done well. Which is what he did well. He was using his brain and thinking and going, okay, where's it about to go? Okay, it's gone, and he's going and committed. It's this. The more you use this, the better things that will happen. A lot of you guys just mope around, hobble along, and then hope something happens. Gotta get your foot on the ball, Tom. Get it. You've got a big body. Control the ball. Get it under. Use your body to defend the ball. That's too easy. So Ricardo, here it's either your man or not. So it's either if you're marking him, Ricardo, you got to press on him, or call. This is actually probably your man, because that's probably Tom's man. But if you're acting like it's your man, when it does go to him, you have to actually do something, because if you just hobble along a half a meter, nothing's been achieved. So, like we saw the other player, which this guy did, he was waiting as he thinks the ball's about to go to him, we commit hard and fast. Rather than giving him all the time and space in the world to control and find the pass. Meanwhile, we've left the guy in a mile of space open. While we've got Unos, Dos and Tres not marking anyone. So a lot of us are finding ourselves hobbling along in no man's land without a job. Sometimes, yes, you kind of have to be adaptive and creative and go, no, okay, even though I probably shouldn't do this, I have to in this situation. Yes, but if you do it at some intensity, do it with some purpose. You guys are just standing around pretending you're blocking passing lines, pretending you're marking space for a zone. It doesn't really achieve nothing.
All right, just to highlight. So even this. So even though he could have arced a bit earlier and did it a little bit better, he still did it great. So cool. He communicated. He pointed with his arm. He changed speed of going slow to fast, and it catches the player off guard. A lot of us just hobble around, waddle around, and expect to get into space. The idea is to catch the opposition off guard. It's you versus him. It's player versus player. A lot of you guys expect the ball to be given to you in space. You have to earn the right to have the ball in space. You have to earn the right to have the ball with time. Not complain, I've got the ball under pressure. Every time I get the ball, I'm getting tackled. Of course. That's their job to put you under pressure. Meet the ball, Tom. Please stop doing that. But also, Chris, do you want the ball? Ricardo, do you want the ball? Any centre-back is going to come from behind, get in front, intercept the ball. Have to push that defender. Get your arm on his chest, push him away, and come meet the ball. You guys are too polite. You guys are too nice. So, it should be drop off Tom on that player. Otherwise, you're in the middle of nowhere. And then Ricardo, rather than constantly being in the middle of nowhere, pick up, man.
Even this whole passage you played, did you see how much respect you give these guys in terms of allowing them to have buckets of space? And then watch when you have the ball. How much time and space do you have? You just allow them meters of space. No one even wants to put their body on them. No one even wants to put a shoulder in them. Put a challenge in. You guys acting like this is a charity match. Cool. Let's see how much time Tim gets. Alright, Ashwin's got plenty of time. Obviously, he's the centre back. He's not really getting pressed. Poor touch. Fair enough, it happens. So Tom, he's probably close enough to press. You're only about half a metre away, Tom. Clatter him. Tackle him. Just from the angles, keeper, just have a look at your positioning. I'm not a keeper coach, but just in terms of where the goal is in the spaces, just have a think about your positioning. But yeah, let's watch this play. Like, we're all just pressing the same people, and then we leave other people free. So Antonio has to go him. But then this player shouldn't be in a bucket load of space to begin with. What do you expect is going to happen? Let's go back. Let's watch. Alright. So just pressing the keeper to begin with, like you're pretending to defend. Because if you're trying to steal off the keeper, you better press with some intensity where he makes a mistake. But if you jog at the keeper, he's just going to play around you, then you're jogging for days and you've done nothing. So either don't press the keeper, or if you think that the ball's going towards the keeper, it's bobbling up, you think you're going to catch him off guard, yeah, press because he has to boot it out. But you're a million miles away, you're half jogging, you're half hesitating, it's a waste of time. Which then forces Liam to go press, which is also okay. He does it with some speed at least. But Senna is picking up the attacking midfielder. We don't really have an attack. We don't picking up the defensive midfielder. We don't have an attacking midfielder. You guys didn't want one. So here it should be. Yeah.
Even this player. We don't have the ball, man. Tuck over. It's this that's just out of whack, man. I don't mind this at all. So Liam, he's got the right idea. He's passing, he's moving. Centre, could you try to actually drop away from the opposition in a pocket of space? Rather than, if you got the ball here, there's no chance you're doing anything. So drop away and be like, yep, cool. I'm here if you need. Drop away. Nothing wrong with the idea that Cohen had. Nothing wrong with it. But if we only give each other one option, then the opposition knows, okay, I'm just going to block that. Good, Tom. Well done. You made the run down the line. Good things happen when you do that. I'm not sure, Sin, if that's the right option, though. Probably Tom better get on his bike. You just tap it this way and hope Tom gets on his bike. I understand your thought process and you're going to get over this guy, but it's pretty difficult. So which way do you want to force them, Tom? You've arced your run in a way you're saying, yeah, don't go forward, make me run all the way to the other side. If you, there's no way you can really force this in because he's going to play the keeper regardless. But at least, you know, pressure in a way that he at least thinks more about going this way, and then we pinch over and try to win the ball. But you've arced your run the opposite way. Because either you're trying to press them and win the tackle, or force them one way, preferably off the pitch into our teammates. Not allowing them to switch, which is what they want to do anyway. Chris, my bro, you're playing midfielder, I believe, unless Paul changed things. So tuck over when we don't have the ball. We've got two people playing striker, which, you know, isn't the worst thing in the world, but we're all on different pages at the moment. Okay, teammate's got his back to goal. What on earth is no one dropping into this pocket of space, man? Someone's got to go there. And as we mentioned, the furthest midfielder, we didn't want you to stretch out. At least provide a passing option. We're telling this guy, hey, look, you can't pass to him because he's marked. You can't go backwards because there's 15 people there, and you can't go sideways because we don't want to give you an option sideways. So this is what I mean by your off-the-ball movement. Straight away as that player gets there, I think it's you, Liam, demand the ball, man. Switch out, and now we can play through. Or through our striker. You guys do not give each other's options. I have to stop doing this video analysis. I'm going to punch my computer. It's just laziness off the ball.
You're watching each other have the ball. You're watching each other try to do things rather than helping each other do those things. And it's not exactly a 90-minute match. You guys shouldn't be that gassed. And if you are, I've got 4 people on the bench. It's not exactly hard. Well done for assisting, Antonio. Well done. Even if you don't get the ball, you have to do the work still. Alright, I gotta go. That's pretty much the gist of the game. Off the ball movement needs to get better. Demand the ball. Get into a pass line. Do not be lazy. Yes. And some individual things like scanning your shoulder, knowing if there's a player behind you. Little individual movements. But before I even watch this, I told you guys a million times. Your off the ball movement is non-existent. It's not helpful. It's lazy. And just the awareness of, okay, who should I pick up? Who am I leaving behind in space? Okay, can I communicate with my teammate? Hey, look, don't bother pressing the goalkeeper. Come in, mark this certain player. Hey, look, you push on. Hey, you tuck over. You guys are playing individually and individually bad. But you can learn from it. So there's another video to do, but I don't know the tournament's over. But I'm still going to do it because this will help you learn more than training will. Because you can see yourself and go, okay, why the hell am I doing that? Okay, what can I do differently? Okay, now I see myself doing the same stupid thing over and over again. Let me fix it. Alright.